Hello. Hi, hi. How are you doing? Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing good. Welcome. I'm looking at the... Huh? I don't think that's how doors work. Okay, wait a minute. Wait a minute. That's real? I mean, who am I to judge on how doors work, I guess? Now, question is, does the door actually open from the side and not in the middle? Because that would be amazing. Like the door opens from here, both sides, and then opens to the center, both sides. That would be cool. I think there will be amazing doors, actually. Hi, Jameson. Not openable? Hi. Bad door. Cannot believe it. Cannot believe it. I just realized what's wrong with this image. You're welcome, Jameson. There's all those never opens doors with nothing behind it. I guess that's why they were just like, oh, let's just slap two doors, and then they didn't think about it too much. And then they slapped two doors like this. Oh, it could be... Oh... I think I know what happened here. If what I think is what is happening here, right? So consider this middle line a seam. So the texture ends here, texture starts here, texture ends here. So in a wait, it wouldn't do this though. I feel like this handle would be here. Okay, nah, maybe I don't know what's going on here. You know what? I'm not even gonna pretend that I know what's going on here. This is cursed. I love it and I hate it at the same time. Oh no. This is cursed and blurst. Can I say that? Blurst? That's a blurst door. Blurst. Wow. Anyways, I heard that Monster Mystery is probably not going to last for a long time today, so I will be playing Halo after. I think I was already at the mall, so yeah. If I'm already at the mall, then I think I'm close to the end, question mark, probably. I have no idea, actually. I'm not even gonna pretend that I know what's going on. Blurs, I haven't seen Omega Lul in such a long time. It's like the... Oh, does it not appear on... Oh, it's all caps. But it doesn't appear on my OBS though. Let me try. Oh, it does, okay. Oh, it doesn't appear when I'm in the chat box, but it appears after I send it. Oh, okay, that makes sense. How far are you in Halo? I'm in the mall, so I don't know how long it is, question mark. But yeah, I'm in the mall, if I remember correctly, before I lost my connection that day. I'm just gonna... I need to sit properly. Oh, wait, no. Something bad happened this morning. Oh, sorry, actually false alarm, right? Something sad happened actually, right? I went to the fucking... Yeah, mall. I went to the local eatery where I always go to. The store that I eat at is not open today. It's like, no. My soul food. I need that to survive, but they didn't open today. And then I asked the stall nearby, or like the stall besides the stall, and then it's like they didn't open today. They had something planned today. It's like no way. My 招差份緊係啊 Cannot believe I didn't get to eat that today. Hi Zia, you're going to SawCon? It's a free TwitchCon online. Huh? As in like a con that happens in VR chat? Question mark? If it is, I don't know if I want to join the furry TwitchCon online. That sounds so scary though, doesn't it? No, SawCon these nuts. Uh-oh. Okay, I know these nuts, but what's SawCon these nuts? Oh no. I mean, I know I'm dumb, but still. Well. Oh, suck on. Oh. I mean, it's a Kobo nut. I think that's fine. King the Kobo. Uh-oh. Bye-bye, Zir. Uh-oh. You've been bonked by a dragon. Uh-oh. Well. Unfortunate. It just explodes. Oh my god, it's co-perish. Oh, man. Anyway. Yeah, it's kinda sad I don't get to eat my every morning food. That one there is like, mods protect me. It's okay. I mean, streamer is protecting you, I think. I mean, I think I'm protecting you by being a couple, question mark? Maybe? Oh my god, is that a couple? Oh my god, I think that's a couple. I just need to check on their channel real quick. Ooh. Ooh, wait, they have amazing art style though, very cartoonish. Ooh, wait, that's so cool though. Oh, this is what I'm looking at right now. So that you guys know what's going on here. Oh, that's pretty cool, honestly. From 2 days ago, recent broadcasts. Ah, okay. I need follow because they're amazing. Kevin, they made Little Bold and my Dragonborn. Ooh, Dragonborn? Dragonborn. Wait, Dragonborn, is it something like the Baldur's Gate 3 Dragonborn? Great artists? Yeah, their art sounds amazing, honestly. Like the cartoonish, very expressive arts. Amazing. Also, hi Akko, welcome. Alright, I want to play. I want to play Monster Mystery, and I didn't get it open. I didn't even open up itch.io. Hi. Everything is fine. Everything is under control, I think. Yeah, I think. Wow. Amazing. Alright, let's connect to itch.io real quick. I'll put some Discord and tag you. Ooh, thank you. Okay. I got it open. Wow, I'm the best. Holy shit. Okay, there we go. I got it open. Yeah, look at that. I think it's. I think I'm almost at the end, question mark. So let's just play it. I might prolong it as much as I can because I want to play the game more. We can volunteer right now, probably. I don't think I can see or hear it, but yeah, it's a thing now. I can be bonked. Wow. Wow. I'm playing the best game again. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. I never thought I'll see Magna Malo being this adorable, not gonna lie. Check disc orb. Okay. I will check disc orb. Oh! Oh, that's a Dragonborn? Oh my god! Oh my god! And then Dragonborn can destroy me anytime. I mean, huh? Oh yeah, this is what I'm looking at. Oh my god! Destroy me. Huh? Wait, no, my kobold is acting up. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Wait a minute. my kobold is acting up. Yaki piki. Uh-oh. Well, I think it's fine. Don't worry about it. I mean, all jokes aside though, that Dragonborn looks so good though. Holy shit. That's a Dragonborn? DM you and we can get art. Oh? Huh? Like, huh? Do I just DM you on Discord? Well, I feel like I'm taking advantage of you if I do that, no? Oh no. No, how the heck? Why am I opening mod view? Oh, there we go. Wow, Discord is so hard to use. Wow. How do our OCs together though I have no money? Yeah, same, but hey. I'll DM you still. If you can get, we can get. If we don't get art, I'll DM you still. But I'll do it after. Or yeah. Let's do a load game real quick. I'll DM you after then. And then we can be a kobold. We can be kobolds together. Alright, what are we doing here? What are we doing here? Oh yeah, I'm trying to deliver Twig, but the game soft locked itself. The game decides to shit itself last night, so I wonder what happened. It's fine. This game is still like 100 out of 10 in my book. Like, look at me, I get to be a Mizu with a Nagi friend. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Alright, so I think we're good on skills, on items. No, we're not good on items. I didn't save. Oh my god. I think I did a bunch of stuff last night. Gyro. We have a bunch of Twig. I think I'm not even gonna like put them away. I'm just gonna sell them. Why not? For money. We keep one rock. Oh, we got extra power band. Sumptuous is speed. Naruga is speed, I think. Yeah, speed. And then Naruga is also mega speed. Is this Monster Hunter? Yes, this is Monster Mystery Quest for Kinship on itch.io. And you can play it for free right now, at this moment. Wow, amazing. game is absolutely brilliant, by the way. I have been gushing over this game for 7 hours straight, or 6 hours straight yesterday. It's so good, oh my god. I'm just gonna sell the power band then. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 herberries. 2 scrolls. Poison fang and conjure armor. I don't think we need anti-berry. No berry? We sell them for money. Okay, and then we're gonna go find Yasei real quick. Absolutely love the Frontier game. Okay, we got scrolls now. Oh yeah, I did the rite of channeling as well. So we channeled Zumtrios. No, wait. It was Rogi with status checker, and then inherit to Zumtrios and thingy. And then confirm. Yes. I have a game you should definitely get. Ooh. What game is that? Do tell. Bye bye, great Rogi. Alright, so now we have this. I have nothing on... Nibel Starf has no gene, so I guess we just put it there. Oh, it's skills. We have Scratch, Libertex, Stun, Spike, and Glare. I think I changed... I changed Narga Screech to Tailwind, yeah. Yes, sir. Libertex, Stun, Spike, and Glare all looks good, honestly. Zumtrios is Tailwind and Roar. Yes, that looks pretty good. I don't know if there's any skill that I want to give to Narga. Kobo K. I've been playing the game for a long time. Kobo K is so good. Tech boost. Roar. I mean, currently the skills is like good enough. You already have Roar and Tailwind, so that's gonna help a lot. I think the current skill set is like pretty okay, I would say. I think I need to do like chit chat on everyone, I think. Oh, I did, okay. How about you? Okay. I've not played safely. Yeah, I mean, usually I play Kobo Care alone, which is like also kind of sad to be honest, but I'll take it. Kobo Care is amazing. Oh, drink? I will drink. I'm also scared to find people to play games with, but I think this year I kind of want to play games with more people. I mean, I started playing games with Bracky and Zeus. I have plans to play Divinity Original Sin 2 with Priest, Vorpal Skills. I have plans to play either RV Day or Phasmophobia with Ixon, which is like some plans I have, so it's like I have plans, but I don't know if I can do them. It's kind of scary, but I'll try. I should be going. It's fun. Go EB. Thanks for stopping by, Zia. Hope you have good EP after. Oh, rest actually. I don't know if I'm gonna get EP at 5 AM. I still don't know how I get 178. You stream too late? Yeah, I know, time zone is weird. Like currently it's 12:33 PM here. Like, see? Time zones are weird, holy shit. But it is what it is. Time zones are weird. Alright, sub-quest. I think we have... We are going to White Beach, right? And there's only one. We have to rescue Mephisto there. Okay, we're doing that one. And I think that's everything. Mr. Yase is a good monster. You're lucky to have him as a tutor. I think we have to admit, we'd be a little lost without Master Yase. Rumor has it he was once the leader of a team right here at this guild. The first and only to ever graduate, actually. Not to say it's hard to graduate, just that the guild hasn't been around for long. I'm sorry, I forgot you might not know that. Then I guess Master Yase is a little overqualified to be training us. And tell us about yourself, Mailmon Rata. Oh, myself? Well, what's there to say, really? Well, as a mailman, it's my job to deliver messages and information between various guilds and villages. You must get to see all sorts of locales, mailman. Not that much. I fly over the locales, not explore them. Though I have to admit, I'm a little envious of your position as explorers. It would be nice to go on an exploration sometime, but my duties tie me down nowadays. Oh, maybe Tira and I could explore with you when you have the time, Dennis. Absolutely, I would really like that, actually. Mailmon Precious. I went to interview Ifitikai on why the work on Mountain Rescue had to be postponed. I like to keep in touch, eh? And he mentioned something weird came out. What's that supposed to mean, eh? Whole thing was smellier than a stink mink. Stink mink? A lot of rice references here. Feel like hearing the story of a fallen guild, the Dune Ruins, eh? I used to deliver mail there. Oh, cute portrait. It was a trading guild, which wasn't great for business, of course. But their so-called tyrannical guildmaster caused the monsters there to split in two. The merchants escaped to dunes to have a cave system we call Magnetic Tunnel.
I don't care what you're doing right now, Kobo, but you better eat for me for the next 2 minutes.
Nice though. Led by the new trades master. It was like their own little guild, eh? That left those that remain at Dune Ruins poor and hungry, so I can only assume they left on their own too. I guess you can see why we call them the Dune Ruins, eh? Not exactly the best place to settle down these days. Oh, that's it. Okay. Learn many things. Wow. I didn't realize I could chit chat with Mailmon as well. Okay, we did everything here. Okay, we chit chat everything. Let's do a save just in case it decides to shit itself again. Okay, nice. Alright. Let's explore White Beach. Items wise, we should be good. Alright, we have a bunch of herberries. We have 3 twigs, which I need 1 for the quest here. So 1 twig for Espinas at 8th floor, rescue Mephisto at 4th floor. There we go. Alright. Alright, this should be good. Yay? Yeah. Well, I don't know if I'm gay, I'm more like dragon sexual. Hi, Roxas. Alright, here we go. Let's hope the game doesn't, like, destroy itself again. I'll do it again. Ooh, damage. I want to let Narga stay put for a bit. Species list? Ooh, Elderberry? Uh-oh. Oh, thank god Narga is strong. Narga should be fine. Okay, Herberry here. Oh.
There we go. See, sometimes letting Narga stay put is a good idea, I would say. You have a second skill to be set. What? They're not? There. I want to explore more. Who knows, I can find a Dragon Rage monster here. I mean, I already found a Dragon Rage Narga, so I'm already like super duper happy. Wow, Narga, holy shit. It's okay, I can always feed Narga with Herberry anytime. Water spray. Narga is not doing good here. It's okay, we can get a lot of like herberries around this map, I think. Like I said, Narga tends to be glass cannon when it hits like a freaking train. Freight train. Oh. Oh. Yeah, Narga is fine. There we go. Is your best start 2 for 1 water heater, 1 water filler broke? So you mean 2 foam breaks, 1 water heater break, 1 water filter break? Dang. Oh, in generally, yeah, that's kind of fucked up, honestly. Right, let's go to the next floor. Do you use rain shower and water heater? Always want to try that. Oh, I'm not too sure what other kinds of water heater is there. I mean, is the water heater just do just that? Heats water up? Nothing down here? Ooh, actually a dead end. Okay, okay. Oh, Naka. It's like those big ones in hotel. I still don't know how they look like. Actually, yeah, I never really pay attention to what the water heater looks like around hotels. Right, let's go next floor. Okay, we're trying to rescue someone in this floor. Not those we hold and use. Isn't water heater like you turn on the electricity and use it? Question mark? And then it will heat up the water? Do you need to hold something to use that? Oh, there's the Malfesh chair. This is an ambush, I believe. So let's get good space here. Are you here to rescue me? Quit while you're ahead. Okay, don't move. Oh, Zen! Oh, thank you! Hello Dragon, hello Raiders. Oh, thank you Roxas. Look at that dragon, wow. Welcome in Raiders. Raiding you? Oh my god, yep. The game is a bit loud here, alright, but still, welcome in everyone for the raid. I'm Tiora, I'm a Kobo. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. I love dragon bits, and I do art sometimes. Welcome. Hope you are doing good. Look at Narga. Oh my god. Narga is so adorable. I can't. This game is just perfect in any way possible. Shit. You better not turn green with envy. Green Narga. Also, if you need any post-stream cares, then definitely go do them. Get some rest, get some food, get some drinks, something like that. HP 2, defense and speed attack 1, evasion 1. There we go. Okay, the game did not get stuck this time. Very nice. Let's explore a little bit more. Just finished a deranged modded Minecraft stream with Basti. Deranged? Like, unhinged? Question mark? Maybe I'm dumb, but I don't know, not too sure what that means. I love Kugas so much. The cute Kugas most. Narga is just perfect. Got jumped by a whole convention of mobs. Oh. How many steps are we at? 600? Now we can just walk back, it's fine. No. Nice too. Now the word deodorant? Who needs damide? HP 2, power, speed attack 1 time. Ooh, that's very balanced. Maximum might, okay. Oh. Tiger Stripe jumps, you're running away now. Minecraft though, I haven't played Minecraft in a long time actually. I used to have fun with Minecraft, but until I started tinkering with like the creative mod or the create mod, and then there were too many people shouting at me, and then eventually I just lost interest. I was playing as a dragon though, so that kept me playing for a long time. Smelly high damage mobs. Stinky. Oh wait, there could be Ivory Lyciacrus in this place. I should farm this place actually. There could be. There might very well be. That's a shame. The crane mod is so cool. Yeah, I can see that it's pretty cool. It's just it's one thing about like me not knowing anything about like how mechanical stuff works in general, so it's kind of hard for me to play it. But while I was figuring stuff out, I'm just getting constantly shouted at. It's like, oh no. Eventually I stopped playing. It's like, yeah, no, I'm good. It was a little bit too much with that mod too, despite the fact that it's an RPG mod pack. Ooh. Oh yeah, Minecraft has... Wait, shit, I forgot what I wanted to say. RPG as in like Hytale kind of RPG? Like you can level up and become stronger, and then you can play different weapons, something like that? God, I love that though. Ground swap with stone. Okay. I really dislike Crane for the single reason that it's absolutely everywhere. Like, yes, it's cool, but come on, everyone needs create. Mods put this guy into the end-rod piston machine. End-rod piston machine? What? I get that too, but like, yeah, create is like super duper fun to play with, but as my brain doesn't allow me to enjoy, it doesn't allow me to enjoy create to its fullest, I feel like. So personal preferences, I would say. Dang, 36. The breeding machine? What? You telling me there's a breeding machine in Minecraft? Wow. If only the breeding machine involves dragons. Would be nice, honestly. Oh, Dragon Rage Daimyo. Okay, let's get ready. Position. And that's bad. Okay. So now they can only attack me or Lucky. Okay, that's good. Let's do... Got him. So many tailwind to the point where my damage is... You saved me? Why? Okay, the crab is very adorable though. Oh my god. I don't know who you are, but I owe you my kinship. Can I join you? Sure. We have crab. Daimyo Hermitor join Team Dirks. Forgot about that. Team Dirksim. Check out this image if it linked correctly. Oh, there's an image link. Oh. Oh. Stream safe, I swear. Yeah, I mean, it's stream safe, but it's so funny though. Oh, this is what you're referring to. Wow. That doesn't look safe. See, like the thing doesn't taper. Jameson is going in there. Gosh, I don't know if Jameson could fit being a dragon and all. I need to save some skill. There's Royal Ludrov? Oh my god. So chances are there's Royal Ludrov that I can recruit, and also Ivory Nagiakris. You've been on the turn green with Envy. HP 2, speed, technical, attack 1, affinity 1, nice. The one doesn't want to attack. I want rock. Dark entry with strong glutes muscles. Good loot. Doubles it and give it to the next person. Doubles it? Oh, right, the damage resets. I assume this lasts for the entire floor, question mark? Until the next floor, I believe. Money. I'm gonna have my after stream lunch now. Of course, of course. Have a good lunch. Thanks again for the raid. And teaching me about a Minecraft breeding machine as well. Still, I wouldn't want that. I mean, that machine doesn't have dragons on it, so it's not what I like. By this cutesy game, I'm gonna cook up some sick nasty noodles. Well, I don't know if I would call a noodle sick and nasty. But still, hope you have a nice noodles. Heck yeah. Oh. Oh, nice. Sick nasty good. Ah, right. Double tailwind, let's go. I don't even need to do tailwind myself. Okay, we're at floor 7. I want to explore as much as I can. There might just be like a Dragon Rage monster somewhere. It would be nice if I can find a Dragon Rage, Dragon Rage Ivory Lucky Actress. So I can have 2 Lucky in the team. I mean, it would be very nice. Prison Berry. I have too many things. Oh. Nice. Who needs Zamite? HP 2, defense speed attack 1, technical attack 1. Five. Quite elusive. I guess there's something down there, I think. How many steps? Ooh, we're halfway there. Wait a minute. I'll do it again. Let's go to the next floor. I think floor 9 is where I need to deliver the twig. Oh, no, it's here, okay. There it is, look at that Espinas. I wonder if you're here to deliver the item I've been looking for? Yes, these always makes me so happy, thank you. Nice. Espinas likes stick. Confirmed. Nice. Ooh, this is great. I level up. HP 2, defense power attack 1, speed attack 1. Vigilance? That's new. It's a technical gene. This monster pays extra attention to its surroundings. If the monster steps on the trap that is unseen, it does not activate but becomes visible. When stepping on visible traps, odds of activation are lowered by 50%. Oh wow! Wait, that's really good. Okay. I mean, considering that I've been destroyed by traps once. at the Gilded Forest. Yeah, Gilded Forest has a lot of traps, but the rest of the map doesn't really have a lot of traps, I think. Oh, nice. Dragon Rage, please, you. Oh, this is a really bad place to be, though. Nice. Sorry, I don't know what took over me there. Please, if it's so adorable. Every monster is so adorable in this game, holy shit. Say, you wouldn't happen to be looking for monsters to join your team, would you? Yeah. We have Plesioth now. Very nice. Okay. Now I'm just hoping that I can find either Dragon Rage Royal Ludroth or Dragon Rage Ivory like Yakers. Would love that a lot. Steps. Yeah, we're still looking good with steps. It's just Herberry and Pathicide. I need to keep my skills. Oh. Nice. Nice. Just do this one first. Thank you, Paralysis. What a snipe. Alright, we good. Let's have Narga stay put for a bit. Okay, there's actually nothing. Oh! Nice! Damage. Alright, I got another tiger stripe and some shells. I'm sorry, I don't want to cook up with me then. Have been looking for a monster to join your team? Yes, sir. We can always check their genes and just, you know, write up channeling them. Oh my god, we found it! Wait, don't go, don't go. And start slipping around. Nice, we have Royal Ludra. Oh my god, we found Spongy Boy. Oh, here, what happened? Who are you? You've given me another chance. Maybe I could join you on your quest? Sure. Nice, we got Spongy Boy. God, I love Spongy Boy. Alright, here we go, next floor. Oh no, mini boss fight? I guess that was just luck yesterday. This appears to be the end of the locale. It's impossible to go any further, it's time to go home. Nice too. Ah, I will treasure this twig forever. Thank you for delivering it to me. Take this, you deserve it. Seeing a dragon like a stick so much just fills me with joy, like absolute joy. I like sticks too. Because the team respects for items I don't send to the storage. 25 rank points, nice. Dark Sims is going in. Oh, you just had to get in my way. Next time won't be so easy, pal. Leave it for the judge. Whatever. We'll take care of this outlaw. Next time be more careful, Tiora. 55 money. 35 rank points. Dinner's ready. I'm starving, let's go eat. Makanan. We got a lot done today, didn't we, Tiara? I hope we can get just as much done tomorrow too. Good night. Nice. Up and Adam, it's time to get up. Good morning. Alright, we got the morning zoomies, very nice. And remember everyone, keep your golden smile. Alright monsters, let's get to work. Hip hip hooray. Alright, so what is our goal again? We're trying to get to rank 2, right? Yeah, we're close. I think if we do 2 more. 475. Yeah, we just need 2 more subquests. Let's see if we get lucky. 4 Gilded Forest? Oh my god. I want to see Gilded Forest. Nibel's Nerf. Lead Nibel Structure Destination. Speedband. Ooh, I want Speedband. Legiana? Excuse me, Legiana is in this game? Holy shit! Well, if I'm bringing these 2, then I won't be able to bring any of my teammates then. So let's bring this. I want to see my friend. Daimyo Hermator. Oh, what if I bring 3? That would be... Oh, that would be independent. That's not a good idea. Yeah, okay. So we need to do the team thing later. We are full on everything. It's time to make some money. pure status elements. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We have 6 rocks. Let's just sell all the rocks for now. We keep 1. There, we keep 1. We have a shit ton of herberry actually. We keep 4, so we sell the rest. There, okay. Adamberry. I feel like I don't want to sell Adamberry. Like, that's an option? Dang. Alright, put away Adamberry. Okay. Oh yeah, I have Blank Scroll. I still don't know what to do with that. We don't need Entit Scarf. 4 herberry, a shit ton of... There we go. A lot of... Adamberry actually. Herberry a little bit. Let's sell the Entit Scarf. Money! Let's keep the money for now. I believe the quest points the other direction. I love Najarala. God, Najarala is so beautiful, I can't. We need more snakes in this game, like it's crazy. Like in Monster Hunter universe, we need more snake wyvern. Alright, right of channeling. Daimyo focus. 2 focus, 2 hungerless. Please your focus, Daimyo Humber 12 focus. If only I can see what they do. If I choose them. Ah, there we go. This monster is more attentive when in danger. The monster's accuracy is increased when they are weak. Not that useful, I feel like. We can just keep them for now. So, team-wise, we can only bring me and Lucky Dirk. No big deal. We're going to Gilded Forest, which is not going to be too hard, I feel like. Let's get cooking. Let's do Fatty Tomato and Tony meat again. My favorite meal. Honestly, here's a little fun fact about myself. if I see... Oh, if I find a thing that I really like to eat, right? I could eat that same thing for years and years and years non-stop. So long as that place is still open and they don't change, they don't become like not tasty, right? I would eat the same thing over and over again. I don't mind. If they are like, if I really like them, then yeah, I could eat them for years on end. I'm too busy to write you offshore warnings, so don't get into trouble. Luckily, other than a few mistakes early on, you seem to be good explorers. It's not like we were given a list of rules when we joined. What was that? Nothing. Team Dirk seems sure is unique. Continue your good work, Lucky Dirk. Like that little detail, Misuteri looks at us and stops whatever she's doing. Is she pondering the orb? I think she is, right? I mean that orb right there. Little attention to detail is like makes the game so much more amazing. Okay, so item looks good. I want to deposit all my money. How much money do I have actually? 3k, oh my goodness. Okay, let's go to Gilded Forest. Gilded Forest 478. We need to bring 2. Okay, lead Nibel's Nerve, lead Legiana, and rescue Bishaten. Okay, 478. There, okay. I think if it's Gilded Forest, then it's not going to be any problem, I feel like. Yeah, let's just depart. It's fine. Oh, heck yeah, Shrine Ruins. I should still try to find Monster Den and also Dragon Rage Monster around this place. Yeah, I should still do that. So I should still explore every single place possible. Although it's kind of funny that we're at maximum level already, so it's fine. Is it just me or is the game lagging a bunch? Weird. Oh, sorry, didn't mean to press that one. The game seems to be lagging a bunch here. Twig. Oh. Oh, there could be a Dragon Rage Tobi Kadachi. Oh my god. No monster then? Yeah, I can go down. Nice. No. Yeah, only Shrine Ruins have traps apparently. I need to find Monster Den. Oh. Dragon Rage Monster? This is fine. I mean, get out of here. Oh. Yeah, this is fine. You saved me? Don't know how to thank you. Part of the exploration team, maybe I could join? Yes, sir. Welcome back, then. Big bowl of news? Is this game where you are a dragon and you go on adventures with your dragon chums? Sounds about right. This is Monster Hunter Pokemon Mystery Dungeon game. Oh. Please don't hit me, Bellsnarf. The mini draconic. Yeah, Monster Hunter monsters specifically. Yay, we made it! Thanks a bunch for this. Bye bye. Alright, we have one more Legiana. Ooh. Not the mud fling. Anti-bearing? Oh, got him. For instance, Reptile's flagship monster in the Muscle series and is literally a red wyvern. Dragon. Don't know much about Monster Hunter monsters, but pretty sure you're the axolotl dragon that shoots bubbles. Close enough. If I want to be a nerd about it, it's a fox dragon. Best described as Bubble Foxlotl, also very cute. Yeah. We love Misu. Imagine a Misu getting water blighted. Hi. Water is literally in its name. Those rubber don't tickle? Misu can turn someone into fucking bombs and nuke your ass. Gosh, that sounds hot. Uh-huh. What? I don't know what happened. I know those are supposed to be bongs. I couldn't help myself when it comes to Monster Hunters, monsters and ass. Which game was? Obliterated by those over Discord stream? Probably Wilds or Rise. I mean, World doesn't have Misu, so... And I feel like... Rise Misu is not even that scary. Rise's Misu is very tame, honestly. It doesn't have a lot of bombs as well. Please don't hit Negi now, what the heck? What the fuck? Stop hitting Negi! Holy shit, that was spicy. Negi almost died, I think. Wild's Misu has some fucking nuke on this tail, I swear. Yeah, the front flip slam. God, that move is so good. Honestly, I don't mind getting hit by that. I mean, tail, am I right? I want tail. Oh, I cannot fix that. Okay. Oh, wait, we can have Itsuchi. Haven't find any monster den or... Oh. We need to find Dragon Rage Itsuchi. 90% we're gonna single tail smash with max armor. Heck yeah. We love Misu here. Reminds me of the compressor bubble gun in Warframe. Shoots bubble, but it's actually one of the best pistol in the entire game. Ooh. That makes me want to play a little bit of Warframe because of that weapon. What? Are you immune to stone? Oh god, I got mud blight. Oh. I can just chuck rocks at them, I think. Oh, only one, okay. Throwing rocks? Always a heart attack moment when Mizu does the attack because either I or someone else is going to fucking die if we don't react to it. We love that. Specifically shoots ultra pressurized virus infected bubbles, but yeah, bubbles? Close enough. Hello? Nice, thank you. We love Izuchi, fucking spy. The butt's way of doom and despair. Misu can hit me with that anytime, honestly. Is this enough simping? Nah, it's never enough. You again? Okay, Lucky, don't do that. Okay. Get crushed? That's green, right? No, it's purple. Okay. It's not Uftuna spinning flop, that one stings. We love Uftuna. Deltas, get out of here. Yes. Bye bye. Nice. We love Uftuna. I should probably be heading back now. Thank you for showing me around. We have one more, right? Yeah, we need to rescue Bishaten on the next level. Or next floor. Steps? Ah, we're still like extremely healthy with the steps. That fish is amazing for practicing longsword parries on. I mean, fuck, I prescribe at least one round of fat fish for anyone who wants to learn longsword. No, if you want to learn longsword, just play World. World timing is tight as fuck. I play longsword for so much on World that I can fucking slay on Wilds. Dragon Rage Barrel? Ooh, okay. We got this. No, come back! Thank you. If you ever decide to come on Warframe, I'll be available to join you if you feel like it. My main in Warframe is a cool Eastern Dragon. Ooh. Also, really? I heard the opposite. The timing was a lot tighter in World than Wilds. Yeah, World is like super duper tight, and the Ryujin or Ken or Kurai is like way less, way smaller hitbox. We got better. Let's send him back. Bye bye. Oh, we should probably train some of the monster level. I shouldn't have sent it back. The other way around, so World is a lot easier. I guess? I mean, to me personally, I guess this is a personal thing, but to me World is a lot harder than Wild. Longsword wise anyway. ISS is a lot harder on World as well. Alright, we need to find Bishaten. Oh, we found Monster Den, let's go. Okay, let's buff ourselves up real quick. It's a big monster. This might be bad. I didn't expect the Espinas here. Oh, okay. I guess we're too strong. Oh, in front of Bishaten. Thank goodness you found me. Please send me home. Bye bye. This whole tailwind stacking does just completely fucking level things you face. Sounds about right. Skills. Wish I could show my best in Monster Hunter, but no monies to buy. Aww, I feel that. Monster Hunter is way too expensive, honestly. But then again, it's like money's worth as well, since... Okay, maybe I'm a fucking fangirl of Monster Hunter, okay? I play Monster Hunter way too much. Maybe there's a little bit of bias going on here, but I think... Monster Hunter costs 200 something ringgit, I think, and... Yes, it's a shit ton, but it's kind of worth in my book. Since I can essentially just keep going back to the game a lot, so yeah. $10k hours of Warframe? Well, at least Warframe is free, so heck yeah. It's free, right? I'm not... Well, I guess I could put it free with a quotation mark, huh? Are there, I'm pretty sure for a free game there should be microtransactions and a lot of them, no? Where am I aiming at? Steps. Oh, it's a little bit spicy now. And with a really fair microtransaction system. Ooh, best one I've seen so far. Ooh, okay. That sounds amazing. Fuck yeah. Oi. Right, that's the entire... Oh! Right, I forgot about this. Oh my god, lucky. You got crit for 4, holy shit. And the blight. And some. Ooh, this thing is a lot stronger, wow. You saved me, what? Are you Sideshow? You're not Sideshow, are you? Imagine if this I forgot what the name is. It's Sideshow. And then Yasuo's like, what the fuck are you doing? Spinning just means you get stuff a bit faster or you just look good as hell. Pain doesn't make you stronger in any ways in Warframe. You can just farm and trade for the premium currency. That's how I get my trip. Ah, yeah, it kind of reminds me of Guild Wars 2 that I have been playing for a bit. Kind of stopped because I went to wait for a discount on the DLC for Guild Wars 2. Then I can continue playing it because the mount time is almost gone and I don't think I want to play it until the mount is gone. If there's no mount, I don't think I can play the game. The traveling is just way too slow. But yeah, being able to farm the in-game currency for premium currency, I feel like that's what games should do. And I think MapleStory has that as well, which is pretty nice, honestly, so that's good. It sure was an experience going along with your team. I don't have much, but you can have this. Yes, sir, speed man. Oh shit. 25 points, very nice. Leggy and I so precious, oh my god. It was fun exploring with you. I don't have much, but you can have this. Share 32 money. Anti-barrier. Bags full. Team's ready to rank up. Take on the key and urgent quest to get promoted. Nice. Thank you for rescuing me. I hope this will help you more than it helped me. Team Shell 52 money. Rank up before they can get any more rank points. Fair enough, fair enough. It's time to eat. Warframe is a banger game, so now I'm basically a pro fan of it. Gonna convert everyone into Warframe heads. A lot of people have been trying to well, not convert me, but a lot of people has been telling me a lot of good things about Warframe. Where I asked about like the dragon cosmetics or like dragon looking things in game, and then they show me like some sort of a chroma armor or something like that. I guess it's cool, but still, I don't know how the game plays like, so maybe I could check it out someday. Maybe. It's a huge maybe though. I don't know if I want to play like Warframe. We'll see, we'll see. Maybe they could scratch an itch that I want. These days I've been feeling like I want to grind monsters. That sounds wrong, but I want to, like, you know, like Maple Story, you basically commit genocide in game and leveling up and get stronger and have cool skills and stuff like that. Something like that. I like it. I've been debating whether if I want to get Path of Exile too because of dragons over there as well, but it's too expensive. I'm gonna wait until the game is free. I think we did well today. What about you? Let's always strive to be our best. Good night, Tara. Night, Nuggy. Gameplay is third-person looter shooter with tons of cool system and in-depth customization. It's time to get up. I'm gonna always have the morning zoomies for a little bit. Alright. And remember everyone, golden smile, golden requiem. Oh wait, sorry, wrong thing. Alright, monsters, let's get to work. Hip hip hooray. Oh, news from Dune Ruins Guildmaster, Mr. Terry. It's troubling. Alarm Master Rattles? How does this relate to what we observed last night? The monster we saw at Misty Crystal Cave may be related. It's worth investigating. If the southern Great Kinship ore is located at Misty Crystal Cave, it is in danger. I agree entirely. I know who I'd like to look into it today. Thank you for your help, Alarm Master Rattles and Melmon Rather. Guess you don't want me asking any questions, eh? All will be informed in due time. Afidakai, please go see Team Dirks. I still cannot go see Team Dark Sims. I request to see them for their first urgent quest. Right away, Mr. Terry. Oh, hello, Afidakai. You're just on time. I had wanted to ask to meet with Mr. Terry about Team Dark Sims. We have 500 rank points. I suppose that works out. I was coming to tell you that the guild master would like to speak to your team immediately. Oh, I hope it's only good news. I guess we better go meet with guild master Mr. Terry then. Let's not keep her waiting for the toes. Have fun with your Fox Dragon adventures, Tara. Thank you, Zane. Team Dark Sims? Thank you for meeting with me on such short notice. Of course, it's our duty. Is there something we can help with, Guildmaster? Allow me to get to business. The Dune Ruins held a very important item known as the Great Kinship Ore, but it has been found to be stolen. Oh shit. Great Kinship Ore? Stolen? That's terrible. I wouldn't think anyone would be crazy enough to do that. You don't think that could have had any sort of effect on Dragon Rage, do you, Mr. Terry? We don't know, but it's not completely out of the question. The Great Kinship Ores are the sacred stones that pass the gift of kinship onto monsters. It could be that, when disturbed, these stones can no longer offer their kinship to monsters, and feral monsters take their place. It's just like what you and I were talking about the other night, Tira. Dragon Rage, it could all be because of that great kinship ores are in trouble. But who would do such a thing? And that's what Mr. Terry wants to find out. If it's a monster, that will surely be considered an outlaw that needs capturing. But we don't know just how dangerous the situation is, or if it does actually connect to our Dragon Rage research. That leads me to my next part. Last night, Alarm Master Rattles was notified there was a strange monster lurking around Misty Crystal Cave. Because we do not know the whereabouts of the Great Kinship ore near us, or if it has been tampered with already. And given the colorful and crystal nature of the cave, as well as the Dragon Rage sightings in the area, I want Team Dirk Sims to explore Misty Crystal Cave and locate this mysterious monster. I have a feeling it will shed light on our Dragon Rage problem in one way or another, and so it must be done. But, Misu Terry, if it's an outlaw you're worried about, shouldn't a higher ranking team like Team Courage be assigned instead? Yase? Didn't you have them fight an outlaw already? Fair enough. This will not be an ordinary quest, but an urgent quest. You must utilize everything you have learned in order to overcome it, Team Dark Sims. Whoa, our first urgent quest! And speaking of Team Courage will be working with you, Mr. Yase. You and Team Courage will be behind Team Dark Sims conducting research together. You mean I will be actively exploring with Lagidak and Tira this time around? Correct. You are to be there with Sir Jackie and Dr. Malfestio in case things go awry. And they will be there primarily for research after all. It is Team Dirk Sim's duty to protect Team Courage in you, Mr. Yase. Our duty? I hope we're strong enough with just our team, Tira. At least I know my way around there pretty well, right? I guess living in that cave for so long will pay off after all. When you're prepared to discover the intentions of the mysterious monster, depart for Misty Crystal Cave. Mr. Yase, ensure they are prepared before they depart. Should Team Dirk Sims succeed on this quest, I shall promote them to rank 2. Yay! Rank 2, here we come! We'll get ready right away. Looks like you'll be on your own for this one, Lagidak and Tira. And Team Courage and I will be waiting for you to depart. Be prepared and do your best. Let's do this! New map? Okay. We must know who this mysterious monster is and if Misty Crystal Cave holds our very own great kinship ore before it too may be stolen. Get your paws dirty, ayo. Mountain Rescue sits on top of the mountain to the west. It's made of an ancient ruin. We decided to station it there because of the defenses already present. It's not only defensive, but it has a view of most of the locales around. It's a good place to retreat to if we ever had to. I hope it never comes to that, but that's what it's there for. Fair enough. Hi Melmon, what do you know about Misty Crystal Cave? What do I know? It's a weird place, eh? There was a night where a shooting star nearly hit me and Mountain Rescue. I thankfully was a distance away, but part of Mountain Rescue was destroyed. I had to warn the others so they could check it out, eh? I'm terrified to fly over that mountain now. Shooting star? Wow. I don't know if you can count on one like that to make a wish, but I do wonder if that's what caused a giant hole to open up above Hidden Crystal Pond. Well, it looks like I can't blame you for that anymore, Tira. I should drink. Actually, I have this. I want to drink this. It feels good. Oh dear, you have a request from Mr. Terry? Stock up on useful items. Will do, let me sell everything. What, huh? Grease scroll. Grease scroll? Let's go find Yasei. You won't find any subquests at Mystic Crystal Cave right now, and with no subquests you have no easy escape, so you best be ready when you depart. Good work finding a skill scroll. I'll take any scrolls you have and add them to our collection. I did hear you both came from Mystic Crystal Cave originally. The place is beautiful, but strange too. It is a coincidence there's a cave made of crystal just under Mountain Rescue? I always had a feeling that there was something more significant to it. We have more now, right? Oh, Tetranodon, right, of course. Heroics? This monster only becomes stronger the weaker they are. The monster's power attack damage is increased when they are weak. Barrel, empty. Wow, they're all empty. I guess I need to level them up before they can get more genes, huh? I want to bring Royal the Giraffe. Hit check. Royal the Giraffe is power? Well, Roar is good. Drift Slide? Soak? What's Soak? Alright, let's do some team management, I guess. What? I cannot check things? Hi. I guess I can only check at the departure gate, huh? I think Soak could be a ranged attack. Technical and power. Poison Fang. Monster in front, technical. Poison Fang in change to Drift Slide, Drift Jab. 15, 25. Monster in front. Deals light water damage to the monster in front. High chance to lower monster's thunder resistance. That's very specific though. Thunder? Time of Flower? Axolotl game? This is Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, but Monster Hunter. And I get to play as a monster, which is super duper nice. Attack power. It would be too technical. Oh, wait, I have Roar, but I don't have Tech Boost. Enemy after running at them. Oh, after running at them. Not that good, I feel like. Let's forget this one. Yes. Poison Fang, and I might want to get Tech Boost for Royal the Giraffe as well. Tech Boost, change, Soak. So you have 2 attack. Yeah. And I might want to change Hip Check as well. We have Slash. think slash is the same as hip check, I feel like. It's okay, hip check is cuter. Okay, so we now have Royal Ludrov. I guess I'm bringing Narga and Spongy Boy, yeah. Alright, let's do some preparations. In tough test today, I'll be cheering you on from here. Cheering me on from here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 Herberry. 1 of each berry. I think we don't need to bring twigs at all. Yeah, since there's no sub-quest. There. 6 Herberry, we bring 5. Okay. I bring 1 rock, because I like rock. Stamina berry. Restore 10 PP to all skills. Maybe I do need that actually. Stamin berry. Buyback is like the same price. Wow, that's really nice. 10 PP to all skills might be really good here, but 600 is so much. Don't I have a speed band somewhere? Yeah. Speed band for Narga, and then I think power band could be for but 800 is a lot of money though. Give me all the money, okay. Let's buy a power band and give it to the Spongy Boy. Okay. So now everyone has a hold item. Item wise, I think we're pretty good on heals. Yeah, should be fine. I think that's the preparation, yeah. And secret menu items? Don't be silly, did Yasei put you up to this? What's that face for? That's the face of someone who thinks I'm lying. You caught me. I'll give you a hint on how to get access to a secret ingredient then. And try recruiting a bunch of monsters if you haven't already. I did though. I knew you would forget me on your big day. Time to eat. We're gonna eat the same thing. Yeah, fatty tomato and thorny meat all day. Got it. That had one of a kind texture. Ooh, it's a quote from Monster Hunter Frontier. Heck yeah. I think that's everything. Yeah, I think that's everything. Okay, okay. So let's go save real quick. Just in case the game decide to freeze again, which I don't want that to happen. Okay. All the skills are there, all the items are here. Looks good to me, looks good to me. Alright, let's depart. So our path cross again, and we return to Misty Crystal Cave, Team Dark Sims. It is a remarkable mystery. Trust your team to protect Yasei and our own. I'm excited to see how much you've improved. Oh? Is your team ready for Misty Crystal Cave? We were lucky our first crossing. The monsters will be much more active this time around, especially with that strange monster appearing. But you have what it takes, right? Yeah, so Jackie's adorable. Everyone is adorable in this game. Right, here we go. So you're on standby. You're on number 3. You're on number 4. And note them under Mountain Rescue. Cautious explorers make sure to bring protection against fire and poison, as both are quite commonplace inside. Oh. Ooh. Fire and poison. Step limit is only 1800? Oh, that's fucked up. I guess we should be fine. It's only fire and poison. So when a surprising array of fiery monsters make their home here, they often cause the water to turn into a dense steam, making it hard to see. So yeah, it's very different than the first time we were there then, right? Low level 13, high level 16. Ooh. I mean, for Narga and Royal Ludroth it's going to be a little bit hard, but we're at level 20, so it should be fine. Right, let's depart. What's the worst that's gonna happen, huh? Losing? Dang. Pretty much. What's this? There are foggy crystals embedded in the walls. These shards don't appear to naturally grow here, I'm afraid. Be careful on the toes. God, Spongy Boy is so adorable. This is the perfect team. Oh, they hurt. Oh, tailwind. Ow. Ooh. Crush? Holy shit, lucky. There was a lot of monsters at one place. Nothing we couldn't handle though. I don't know if I can hit this. Okay, I can. Nice. Oh, wait, this is so scary now. Nice. Oh, this is great. I leveled up. HP 2, speed attack, technical attack 2. Wait, technical attack 2? Holy shit. Narga wants the little skill Thrash. Ooh. Stun Spike is like... it deals medium physical damage to a monster in front of if it has high power attack. I think I'll change away leap attack then, yeah. I mean, leap attack is good, but yeah, stun spike, so I guess, yeah. Leap attack is very situational though. It's okay. Yes. Should be fine. Oh, wee! Holy shit! Remember how I was saying Thrash was a ridiculously strong move? Yeah, that's why Kuga hurts. Nice. I mean, if I find like a Thrash skill scroll, that's gonna be insane. Alright, nothing going on here. Let's go to the next floor. Oh. Oh. Lucky is kind of afraid of... Holy control armor. Holy control armor? Okay. Nice. I guess I do one tailwind here. Oh, lucky! Get out of here. Nice. I'm the main contender. Of course, we love you, Spongy Boy. You're the best. Oh my god, I love you. HP 2, power attack 1, technical attack 1. Nice. Not bad, not bad. I love you, Royal Ludrow, Spongy Boy. You're the best. Oh my god. Oh, higher. Oh. Really? How do I check the thing again? Does Fireblight allows me to regenerate health normally? Yeah, it hurts like every 2 steps. I don't want that. Let's bubble bath this one. Oh, I killed a bubble bath! It doesn't allow regen? Fuck! It's not Blast Blight. Yeah, every 2 steps. Fuck! Okay, we good. Okay, it's not as bad as poison actually. Yeah, poison could be the worst one here. Need to take care of skill usage here. Feels like a dead end, yeah. A weighty rock. A red Fusium Pebble. Hurling it launches it in an arc around obstacles and hit the monster for moderate damage. Comes from deep underground. Mega rock. Yeah. Got him. Okay. I'm pretty sure that's a count as steps, right? I think that's a count as steps. Alright, I forgot to get them items. Okay. Who is that? Oh, it's Cuckoo. It's fine, it's fine. We got him. Easy. Oh, are you doing the finger thing? Are you doing the finger thing? That's the cutest thing ever. Hello? Oh dear, what happened? Who are you? You've given me another chance. Yeah, join us, Ian Cuckoo. Welcome to Team Dark Sims. That's your life now. You're I don't know if you're a Dark Sim, but you've been forced to sim Darks now. You're welcome. Oh my god. I thought this is a monster then, actually. Lucky. don't know if being a Mizu helps here. Like, I'm not tanky at all. Like, that hurts. Uh-oh. Unfortunate. Main contenders! Spongy Boy is so precious. HP 2, defense 1, power attack 1, technical 1. Nice. This is great and leveled up. HP 1, defense 1, water resistance 1. Speed attack 2. Oi! Mizu's tankier than Narga, by the way, so we play another Kuga, I guess. Need to avoid fights for a little bit. Stick. Right, 5th floor. So far so good actually. I don't trust this. Okay. Oh. Wait, Lucky, chill. Lucky, no! Okay. We need to help Lucky. Okay. 54 with 12 defense. Oh, is that defensive? Is that defense? I want to check mine too. Summary. Defense 11. Ooh, I mean it's only one less, but I do have a lot more health than you. Mizu Pepper. Lagi Ibi. The steps remaining. Oh shit! SP 打死 Oh! Attack is my stat. (11, 33, 12, 11 power, 33 speed, 12 technical. That's a lot actually. 32 power for Lucky? Oh my god. Holy shit. I guess my team is like super duper lucky with all the stats and shit. White slash S. Did you just use great sword skill? Oh, did I just forgot to take my money? My money is oh no, my entire life savings is here on my body. I cannot afford to lose anymore. Oh no. I didn't check, my entire life saving is on me. Oh no. Well, time to herb some stone. go. Lucky. Nice, we need to keep going now. Not a lot of steps left. The damage caused by mysterious monsters all around us. And cloudy crystals and markings on the walls. There was definitely a struggle here. We're also getting closer. Hurry, next floor. Ay 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 ay! I'm dead, I'm dead, I'm dead. Oh, thank you, Blue Dwarf. Thank you, Spongy Boy. Royal for a reason. HP 2, speed attack 1, technical attack 1. Not bad. What do I want to do again? Do I want to heal? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, I there, okay. We are at 883 steps. I want to explore, but I don't have enough steps anymore. I don't know how many floors there is. I'm just gonna, yeah. Ooh, thank you. Oh no, speed attack fail, you're the worst. Lucky. Shit. Okay, I'm not poisoned, I'm not poisoned. Oh, hi Becky. I think the food might be contributing. 5 HP with fights like these, that's the same as 1 HP. How Becky is doing good. Dragon. $150 steps remaining. This is bad. Oh, thank God. Nice. I'm being spoiled. Oh my God. Green with envy. HP 2, power speed 1, technical 1. Okay. Go, 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 go. Oh, I need money though. How many floors is there? Shit, I didn't think about that. Is that Uragan? Oh, it is. Mixes strikes again? Wait, did the stream die? F? Oh, it back? Okay, okay. Well, it didn't drop on my end, that was weird. I suspect this could be Twitch. Could be, I don't know. Okay, at least we're back. Nice, nice. Okay, okay. Oh no, I went the long way. I'm not gonna make it like this. And there's no ladder here as well. No ladder here. No. I lost because there's not enough steps. Bullshit. Bullshit. There goes all my money, I guess. It sure was rough today, wasn't it? Let's try harder tomorrow. I know we can do it. Good night. If I lost half my money, I call bullshit on that. You have more than 8 floors and you have what 1,050 steps or what? How can I if you do you first? Golden smile. I'm not smiling anymore. This one is specific, needs you to just get to the end and not explore. I hate that. Good, got an exciting package this late. Ooh, nice. We love getting packages. Jesus fucking Christ, I didn't lose half my money, I lost all. Very funny game. I lost all. Holy fucking shit, brother. And I lost some of my items as well. I lost 2 of my power bands. Because of time up. Because of time up. Because of time up. I cannot fucking believe this, actually. Time up? Seriously? When the game is all about exploring, tells you to not explore. I want to fucking punch something. That seems unfair. Actually very fucking unfair, but it is what it is, I guess. Nah, I'm actually pissed beyond belief, actually. Like, Jesus fucking Christ. I guess our own gracious home there. I can't, I'm just gonna like... We still have 2 speed bands, so... Me and Narga still have the band. No more money. 0 money, actually. That's like 3k gone down the drain. That one is partially on me though, right? I didn't realize I have all my money on my on myself there, so... Yeah, let's just go. I mean... What can I do other than just like suck it up and keep going again? Did they just up the limit to 1800 now? It was not 1800. I'm so sure of it. I cannot believe it. Can you get them back from the place you died? Nope, it's gone forever. It was 1800 every time I checked this one. I will want to check the vault. I was so sure it was not 1800. I already makan. Right, never explore, get it. Got it. Oh, that's kind of bad. Okay. Oh, unlucky. I cannot believe I cannot explore this place. God fucking damn it. Oh, unlucky. 211, nice. Got the rare gene stamina surge. Ooh, look at that. Rare gene. This monster breathes deeply when reaching a new floor, restoring 1 PP of solid skill. Oh my god! That's so fucking good. I love you. Spongy boy, amazing. Send you a picture of stuff I got. Okay. Oh. Oh, that's nice. Hell yeah. I will react with this. It's a really nice package. Heck yeah. There's a strong skill. Yeah, it's really fucking good. Oh, I guess I'll do it again. Nice. Oh. I want to buy package. I want to buy package as well, but hey, maybe I could buy like a generic one. I never tried that stuff before though. Weird. Oh my god, way too large. They do look pretty big, yeah. Steps. What? You see this? The steps is 1050. It's not even 1800. Hello? No wonder I lost my... Oh, yeah, don't explore. Jesus. 1050 steps. What a joke. Alright, one more. Didn't know what I was doing, we just need more practice. Oh, thanks Tetsukabra. I guess we dodged that. Oh. Got him. We just need more practice. Ooh, nice. I think Naga survives that. Fuck. Oh right, I lost it. I mean, I couldn't do anything with when I lost all my money there. There's a Dragon Rage now? Shit, Lucky needs my help. 211, okay. GG Lucky. Oh, I went. I am the wrong way. Okay. Mega Chin? Is this a Crimson Chin? Here comes the Crimson Chin. Oh nah. Unlucky. I did. I like that show a lot. I grew up with fairly odd parents, actually. It was such a good show. It's even funnier because the antagonist of Crimson Chin is Nega Chin. Wowee, what a name, am I right? Oh, am I right? Nice. Royal for a reason, HP 2, Dragon Resistance. Power attack 1, technical attack 1, nice. Water Blast, ooh. Info. Even at a distance, there's a low chance to inflict Water Blight. Oh, so it's a power type range attack. I guess I'll forget hip check. Nice. Steps were at 600. Just keep going. It's not worth to explore this place. Can't believe I'm saying this still. Not worth to explore? Holy shit. Oh wow. Power toss? Uh-oh. Oh, this Dragon Rage monster. Lucky. Got him. Tetsukabra? So what? This is actually the Crimson Chin, not Uragan. Here comes the Crimson Chin. Love that show, by the way. Gosh. 300 steps remaining. Yeah, it's not like I'm trying to speed run through this place. Game. Okay, this is fine. Are you fucking kidding me? Alright, we good? Hi, Carmine. Alright, 2 Tailwind to start off, I guess. Okay. Dead end. Unlucky. Wasn't there someone else? Oh, guess I was schizo. Okay. Sorry, that stage was absolute bullshit, by the way. 1800 I can walk with. 1050 steps? No. Just no. I believe the master must have headed in here. It, however, would be a dead end according to my memory. Wait, that's my hideout. Well, used to be, I guess. Wait, who's that? A crystal beard Uragan? And it looks to be sleeping. Could it be the source of the cloudy crystals, I wonder? Take a closer look, Doc. It looks like the crystals are caught in their shell. It's been injured. Like either, Tira, you two should check out the situation carefully. Master Yase, you told us to be careful so many times now. We'll be careful, right? Hey, are you okay? Did you get attacked by a monster? We could use your help. It moved. For Lucky Turk's sake, I hope this monster isn't a feral monster. Can you hear me? Are you okay? Whoa. Hey, Tira, I think this one might be feral. Encrusted by crystallization. Crystal Beard Raga was elementally what? Let me go to the log. Elementally dampened by Dragon Blight. Affinity fell. Okay, so it's a lot of new things here. Oh my god, Lucky almost died from that. Speed attack fell, god damn it. Oh, okay. Narga max level. I leveled up. HP 2, speed attack 1, technical attack 1, accuracy 1. Spongy Boy 18. Royal for a reason. HP 2, defense 1, power attack 1, technical attack 1. Okay. Oh. I think we handled that better than the other big monsters we've had to fight. I'm glad you are both alright. That monster was already weakened, no doubt by the monster we're trying to track down. Something doesn't sit right with me. What's wrong, Lucky Dirk? Why would a monster visit this locale, get into lots and lots of fight, and come here? This place is a dead end, and the monster is nowhere inside. I suppose you have a point there. Whatever came here is almost certainly not another feral monster. There's some sort of intent. Quite right, Mr. Yase. After studying the cloudy crystals and the monster reaches fall, makes you happy. Team Dirksen's Sir Jackie and I believe that monster was inflicted with an ailment called crystallization. Huh? Crystallization? What's that? The ailment known as crystallization encrusts a monster with growing crystals. It weakens them by draining their stamina and the PP of their skills. Not only that, but we are finding evidence of dragon element in the crystals as well. A monster capable of crystallization and dragon element attacks? I've never heard of anything like that. It could be really dangerous, especially if you rely on elemental skills, you see. Dragon Blade reduces elemental power by quite a bit in addition to lowering affinity. Drain your BP? I want my BP drained by a dragon. No, that does sound scary. Stay aware of your surroundings. The monster we search for may still be close by. I'll make sure no one sneaks up on us. The thief returns. Is it the... Have you come to return that which you've stolen? Is it... Are they referring to Lucky? Lucky took a rock in this place, I think. Who are you? Above us. Ooh, Akura Fashimu. My name is Dragon Rage Bishop Akura Fashimu. And one among you harbors the powerful stone that was protected here. Dragon Rage Bishop? What are you talking about? We're no thieves, we're looking for the monster causing chaos in Misty Crystal Cave. And it looks like the culprit is you. I can sense Peridot among you. There's no deceiving me, one of you holds the great Kinship orb. But we're being honest. Does that mean there really was a great Kinship orb right here in this cave the whole time? Don't play silly with me. With the great kinship all unresting, dragon rage has begun to take monsters that once had kinship, can't you see? As Dragon Rage Bishop, it is my duty to protect the great kinship all at all costs. Well, you're not doing a good job at it, aren't you? If you will not part with it, then I shall obtain it by force. Honotors, it looks like there's no other way around this. This monster is looking for a fight, so we're going to give it to them. Show them what Show them what you've learned as explorers. Let's do this. Let's repel Dragon Rage Bishop Akira Vashimo. Oh shit. Oh shit. Two wolves at once? Double Dragon Blight. Okay, Dragon Blight. I have one heal left. Shit. Glare, nice. Crystallization. I have no heals. Too bad I've lost rocks for you. I already used all my skills. Got him. Get stoned, stupid. Thank God I have so much rocks. Too much power. The Dragon Rage Bishops will reclaim the Great Kinship Ore. Thieves like you will be stopped. We will meet again. Could it be Lucky Dirk took the Great Kinship Ore without knowing that's the Great Kinship Ore? We did it! Master Yase, what was that monster talking about? Dragon Rage Bishops? A Great Kinship Ore? They thought we stole it? I'm not sure, I never heard of a Dragon Rage Bishop, and no one knew a Great Kinship Ore was hidden here. And I'm fairly certain neither of you stole the Great Kinship Ore. Peridot, I think they called it? The Great Kinship Ore Peridot once here in this cave? I can hardly believe my ears. This will certainly be valuable information to the guild. Lucky, I think it's time to come clean. Oh no. I commend your efforts today, Team Darksims. We are thieves though. Oh no. Hey, don't forget about me. I thank you for protecting us, Team Darksims. Of course, it was all thanks to Tira. What did I do? I'm just chucking rocks. There's a whole lot of information to take in here. Let's report our findings to Mr. Terry back at the burrow. Okay, Master Sensei Yase. I'm very proud of both of you. Best music, hell yeah. Do you want some spoilers? No! 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 Welcome home, Team Darksims. We did it, Mr. Terry. We found a monster that was causing problems for Misty Crystal Cave. Have you, Mr. Yase? What did you and Team Courage learn about this monster? We found out that this monster wasn't there to steal a great kinship ore, but to protect one. They called themselves Dragon Rage Bishop Akuravashimu. Oh dear. Youth Master, do you know what a Dragon Rage Bishop is? I've met one once before, and we had a less than pleasant interaction. That's putting it lightly. So the monster in the cave was there to protect the great kinship ore, which confirms our suspicion of one being there. It used to be there. They said it was stolen, which sounds similar to the case of the missing great kinship ore from Dune Ruins. So someone is stealing the ores. I see. They were blaming us for it too. They said one of us stole it because they could sense it on us. Sense it on you? Yeah, they said they could sense a great kinship ore called Peridot on us. I think for now we can conclude that Dragon Rage is being caused by the thief who stole the great kinship ores, whomever that may be. I will soon make an announcement about the situation to the guild officially. In the meantime, Mr. Terry? Firstly, please accept your reward for your hard work today, Lucky Duck and Tiara. 500 money? I lost 3k! And we count 2 power bands, that's 1.6k money. Well, okay, we don't count the 3k because I forgot the money was on me, okay, but still. And of course, we should be celebrating. As promised, welcome to rank 2, Team Dirksons. Nice. I totally forgot. We really did it. We ranked up. We are rank 2 explorers. Good job, Honatoes. Rank 2 means a lot of new things have opened up to you. But most importantly, it means no more need for a tutor. Huh? No more tutor? Does that mean no more Master Sensei Yase? You've clearly left your mark on these two, Mr. Yase. I can almost see sadness in your own eyes. You've come around to them, haven't you, Yase? No. Maybe? It was nice teaching them how to be explorers. Master Yase doesn't have to leave us completely, does he? Oh no, of course not. Lucky Dirk, he's not going anywhere. He lives here. Don't be silly, Lucky Dirk. It just means I'm not responsible for you two anymore. And you can keep living in my loft until they got that new building finished for your team. Which will be finished eventually. We can still call you Master Sensei Yase, right, Master Sir? I'm not sure you would stop even if I told you to, Lucky Dirk. A feast is waiting for us, provided by Chef Glaveness. It's to celebrate Team Dirk Sim's first promotion. Let us eat all we can. Wood, count me in. Let's go celebrate, Tiara. Let's go, Honopos. Many eats and many claps. That's so cute though. Good job, Lucky Dirk and Tiara. I knew you would eventually graduate needing this old man around, but I didn't expect it so soon. And thank you for everything, Master Yase. We could always still use your help. Thanks to your dojo. I guess that's true. Listen, you two, I wanted to give you one last gift. A graduation gift. A graduation gift? But Master Yase, we didn't really graduate. We just reached rank 2. Well, yeah, but I hope you can accept it anyway. It's my bandana. You can call it the Master's Band. Take it as a reminder of the time you evolved from your humble exploring beginnings to a real full-fledged explorers. Oh my god. Really? Are you sure, Master Yasei? That's your bandana. We can't just take that right from you. I'm sure, Lucky Dirk. Go ahead, Tira, take the Master's band. Okay, I guess I'm taking it. No need to thank me, but you're very welcome. Thank you, Master Yasei. Good night, Konatos. Happy Izuchi is so precious. Good night, Miss Master Sensei Yasei, sir. I can't wait for tomorrow, Tira. Rank 2, who knows what's in store? I guess it's a mystery we're going to have to find out. Good night, Tira. Oh, I cannot stay mad at this game, fuck. It's time to get up. We should get going, Tira. Master's band found it didn't seem to perform better than attribute bands, since they're other elemental attacks. Reviews and takes advantage of elemental weakness. A blue bandana passed down from Master Yasei adorned with a shuriken pin. Reviews the weakness of foes. After the one wearing it deals damage to a foe, the foe's greatest elemental weakness, if any, is displayed in the message log next to the monster's name. And skills that deal that elemental damage are also boosted. Oh. I just use trash on it because holy shit, stacking spin attacking is trash is wreck shit. Fair. I wonder how much that sells for. And remember, everyone, keep Golden Smile. Hiya, Golden Smile. I lose 3k money. How I... Oh. Oh. After completing all the story content available, the locale mountain mystery becomes accessible. Oh, I pressed the wrong button. Oh, fuck. The locale has a layout that only changes once a day. Oh! Daily dungeon? Each floor is random when it comes to the locale terrain, monsters, items, and much more. Mountain Mystery is an infinite locale. Every 10th floor, your health, stamina, PP, and stat card will reset if what's called a rest point. Damage and health of monsters that spawn at the locale grow the further you go. You can leave the locale when at any of the rest points that appears every 10th floor. When you leave this way, you will lose anything you've collected. Your furthest exploration is recorded on the map regardless of you leaving safely or being defeated. Random seed changes every day. You can see when the seed resets on the map. All players have the same locale layout so long as they are the same version of the game. And you cannot save for inside the locale. Mountain Mystery is a great place to explore if you're looking for random monsters to recruit or items to collect, especially if you aren't interested in any currently available subquest. Ah, okay. This is the end of the game for now. Took longer than anticipated. Yeah, it took about... What the fuck? It's been 3 hours? Nah, it took longer because of that stupid 1050 steps limit. And me losing all my money. Wait, how much does that sell for? Oh, 0 money? Wow. I cannot believe it. Tech band. Ooh, that's the first tech band I've seen. Someone must be very proud of themselves. Your pay raise will be safe and sound in my paws. Paws. Fine. I'm never gonna get over losing 3k money, but what can I do? We posted an official bounty on Dragon Rage Bishop Akuravashimo. What? Just because you're rank 2, you think you will let you go after it? We'll think about it. Good job, kiddo. So proud of you. Don't get too overconfident. Outlaws are only going to get tougher alongside you. Ah, but don't let that stop you from celebrating, of course, kiddo. Beat the juice. Hi, Fufi. Another job well done. It was a pleasure working alongside you, Lucky Dag and Tierra. And I thank you again for keeping us safe. I call that a success. Now to find out what the Dragon Rage Bishop is. And we can work together again sometime. Do your best as rank 2 explorers. More sub-quests? More sub-quests! Yes! Okay! Deliver one Adam Berry, that's... Rescue me! Lead me to 6-4, please? Well, since that's all the content available. Yes, your house will be done soon, Your Majesty. Keep working hard, and I'll keep doing my job. Your Majesty is diabolical. You've officially impressed me, Team Derek Sims. You won't stop here, will you? Something got stuck in my throat, what the hell? Okay, I'm good. Well, I guess I can farm things off screen for this game now. I still want to play Halo, right? So I guess I'll stop this game for now. As much as I want to play more, obviously, but since there's no more new content, or story content anyway, I'll play the rest of the things off stream then. Despite me bitching about this game a lot, actually, just now, alright. Despite me bitching a lot about this game just now, I cannot bring, I just cannot bring my heart to hate this game. I can't. This game is way too perfect. Me losing that 3k is unfortunate, but that's on me. That last stage being 1k 50 steps limit is a little bit weird choice of a design, I would say. It's weird because like, having steps limit is fine, but having a step limit that's like way less than half of the other stages is a little bit weird, right? And that plus, okay, that amount of step limit plus the stage being 10 floors plus is a little bit of a weird choice, I would say. So I don't know if they're going to change that or just change the playstyle, I guess. But changing playstyle does kind of work out in the end, so maybe we just have to, you know, lose once and learn about it. Or people can play not like I do and just actually stop exploring and respect the step limit, you know? So, yeah. It's bang bang time. Hi Evie, need Kobo hug, and Kobo will hug Evie so much. Because Evie amazing. Oh shit, I'm sorry to hear that. My deepest condolences for your cat. I wish your cat is already in. I wish your cat is in a better place. Can I say that actually? I don't know, but still. Best wishes for you. I already saved, right? So just in case I gotta save once more, I'll play the rest of the content off stream. Okay. Oh, that's nice. You can just save by... You can save by choosing quit? Interesting. Oh, you just quit the entire game. No. There was no hesitation. The game just closes. Holy. Alright, give me a second. Let's change the stream information. Kobo, bang, bang. Hey, hello. Master Chief Collection. There we go. Boom. Okay. Gotta be strong. He didn't die alone and is no longer in pain. Yeah, the kitty is no longer in pain. Evie is strong. But my DM is definitely open for you. You can just talk to me anytime. If you want to, of course. Alright. I'll listen. Also, I didn't realize this game has 700 achievements. Holy. Alright, let's play. Do I remember how to play this? I don't know. I know Q is bonk, so that's good enough. Right? I think that's good enough. I just bonk. Alright, we are... I don't know if we are going to conclude 2 games in one stream. That's kind of cool though. We quote-unquote concluded Monster Mystery Quest for Kinship. Best game ever. That could be Game of the Year, I feel like. To me personally, right? I forgot how loud that is. Is this unskippable? Unskippable cutscene? An error occurred was signed to Xbox Live. Are you sure about that? Ooh. Game? Is my connection down or some shit? No, connection is fine. Hello? Yeah, the fish is active still. Bestest Kobo friend. I just hope I can help a little bit to alleviate the pain. I mean, help? The game doesn't want to play. You know, I should probably just try again. Malaysia Bolea, I tell you, Malaysia connection is the best in the entire world. It never drop one, I tell you. Hiya. Just... Come on, man. Alright, let's try again. Alright, don't press anything. Press enter to start. Boom. So, is something happening to Xbox Live or some shit? What if I cancel this one? Just let me play offline, how about? Anyone having this issue? Or what's happening? Uh-oh. Xbox Live being stupid. I mean, Xbox is micro slop, right? Or is it the other way around? No, micro slop owns Xbox, right? I mean, if it's micro slop, then it's very understandable. If it's micro slop, it makes 10,000 times sense then. Fuck! What do I do? The game doesn't want to work. You know, I do have a backup plan. Not restarting the PC. I have a backup plan of playing Monster Hunter Wilds maybe. Since the new update dropped, right? New update for Monster Hunter Wilds dropped, so maybe I can give it a try. I mean, this one clearly doesn't work. I'm pressing as fast as I can. Not really update. It's more like optimization. Yeah, I get it. It's like the January optimization, and then there's also February optimization later down the line. So, is it Xbox's problem? If Xbox problem, this one shouldn't work as well, right? God, it's so cursed. Wow, look, it's micro slop. We hate micro slop. Okay, what can I try here? I have my library. I think I have my Killer Instinct here still. Those are packs. Wait, what's going on? I play only a little bit of Terraria, and I lost interest entirely. Too many people were shouting at me to do things, and also got carried too much as well. What about it? Oh, I didn't. Oh no, I did inst. What? Oh, I already. Right. Of course. Did I install this? Oh my god, I did. Although, to be fair, this game is like super big, so. Yeah, Halo doesn't work here. I'm not too sure what I can do. Let me go online and check to see if I can bypass the Halo Master Chief Collection. Bypass sign in. Bypass Microsoft account requirement. You can be bypassed, but you don't get achievement. You can go online at all. Just make a Microsoft account and sign in. What's the problem if that doesn't cost anything? And no, you cannot bypass it. Think if you to make a dummy email and account. You're already signed to Steam, just play games. So one-time login on Xbox isn't a big deal. Email online achievement with a test was a big zero with me, especially if better taste. Since I use a school game, this account just be another login as well. But I don't want to have another account, I don't have to. I mean, people are saying that yes, you can bypass, but never mention the method. And then people are just arguing like, just log in, just make an account. Are you stupid? Like, oh my god. Internet, I swear to god, internet. Just answer the question. Alright, like, people ask something. Like, people ask, hey, can we bypass the Microsoft account requirement? And just be like, yeah, you can do this, you can bypass by Is that so hard, internet? Like, when people ask a question, you don't have to be condescending about the question every time. No, people don't have to be, oh, you just log in, what's the problem? Hi, yeah, just make an account. Like, 你阿妈给账号跟我讲打就好，他屌嗨，真的是搞什么鬼也不明白，有些人真的是。Yeah, everyone's just like being like super condescending on the on the thing. Like, it's not that I don't want to sign in here. I have the fucking account, but the thing doesn't work. Jesus fucking Christ. No one answers the question. Every single comment is just like, just make a dummy account. It's not hard to make a dummy email and just make a dummy account and just to log in, you know? Terraria had an update that put some powered pals on it, including Chilla. Ooh. Oh, are they collaborating? Wow. So, Terraria and Power collaborate? Wait, that's amazing. They could make Power be more well known. I've been wanting to play Power lately, but the game is just so poorly optimized. So maybe if they get more people playing the game, and you know, Power would spend more time optimizing the game. But honestly, though, I've seen the works on Power devs, right? Their team is actually doing super nicely, so that's good. In a way, that's pretty good. You cannot bypass this. You absolutely cannot bypass this. This is actually diabolical. So when Xbox have a problem like this and then you cannot bypass it, you just wasted the money you bought on this game. Great. Amazing micro slop. Oh yeah, Power definitely runs way better than Ark. Ark Survival is just Ark Survival. I think comparing Ark with Power is a little bit unfair, but still. Nah, but Ark is just a optimization mess. Considering the size of the game and also how the game runs, oof. If the game runs on 30 FPS on my system, it's a blessing, I would say. Power did their part a while ago. Oh. So, I guess we're playing Monster Hunter Wilds? I guess we're giving it a try. I mean, it's not... You guys are seeing this, right? It's not that I don't want to try. I am trying. I launched a game with anti-cheat disabled via Steam. Can I do that? Only takes half an hour to log into. Yeah, only. Only takes half an hour. It's no big deal. I mean, they say launch the game with anti-cheat disabled via Steam. How? I'm not sure you spoke and because of the login, so everyone is logging what's going to do unless you log in out of the game. I kind of love Google search sometimes. They're so jank. I can seem to get past login screen 2 years ago. Okay, this is the exact problem that I found. At best, I get an error message saying I cannot get to live, and at worst, I get a perpetual spinning circle with nothing happening. Is there an obvious fix to this without going into the folder through desktop mode? Would simply reinstalling do anything? Any help is much appreciated. I fixed this by clicking into the text box with the touch screen until the cursor changed to the typing one. Then was able to bring up the keyboard and log in. Didn't have to do anything else. Excuse me, what are you talking about? Is the game trying to like log me in again? Because I didn't play the game for a week. Really? Oh, okay. If you want to, I could host Power World, and hopefully they'll let you play with better frame rate since you're not the host. Don't know about that, honestly. That would be too much trouble, no? Yeah, whoever suggested. There's no pop-up box appearing. Unfortunately, now the tips work, so I end up reinstalling it work flawlessly. I think something ended up going wrong with my initial attempt to log in, which messed up future tries. This is after 4 tries, I didn't change anything. Well, this my mind just everyone's like Steam Deck things. Oh, this is on our Steam Deck, of course! I'm stupid, I didn't check it. Steam Community Guide. MCC sign-in loop issue. Okay, let me read this. I'm not sure this is a real issue, but it helped with XPO sign-in problems. Xbox Live sign problems in the past with Halo PC. Okay. Is this like legit? Alternate F4 trick worked for me. Alternate F4? So do I just alternate F4 here? Boom. Well, I guess that worked. 嗨呀，鸡妈干！我要玩黑龙都玩不到屌，真的是搞什么鬼？我可以开枪吗？真的是。给我开枪啦，骂咕溜！你给我玩一下啦，很可怜不？我妈的，一个礼拜没有玩了这个 game，你要我怎样哦？哎呀，我要塞你又不是讲我没有 account 哦，我 account 是有的哦，你又不要给我玩哦，我要讲好嘞，是不是？哎呀，真的是很惨哦，有时候妈的那个 Microsoft 像鬼大便这样，真的是一点领用都没有，我都吐去给他们醒，真的是，哎呀，烦死了，真的是。娘妈一张火不明白，有时候真的是扒过去的 Microsoft 真是一点用都没有，吐，真的吐给他们看，真的是。How to fix the Xbox Network sign out loop with Halo? I'm not signing out though. To sign up for Xbox Network account on Steam, from the main menu, press R to open an active roster, trigger your game attack. I couldn't sign. Breathe in. Breathe out. Okay, everything's fine. I am not angry. Not at all angry. Everything is fine. Everything is super nice right now. EAC bypass. No, that's cheat engine. Oh my god. MCPC is closed. Press window key plus R to open run. Type control.exe, key mgr.dll and hit enter. This should open a credential manager. Click Windows credentials. Scroll down to generic credentials and look for every single one that starts with XPL. Includes XPL GRTS, XPL something, and XPL ticket. After doing that, you want to go through each of them in one by one and remove them. This is going to be annoying and take a little bit depending on how many are there, but make sure to get rid of each and every one of them. After you've done that, restart your computer and try booting out MCC again. Hopefully it will show you a fresh login page and not error. To play a game, I have to do that shit. Micro slop, I swear to God. Absolute slop. I just want to shoot guns. I just want to look at the story. I've been edging it, alright? I'm at the mall. I feel like I'm close to the end of the game. But Jesus fucking Christ. You cannot get past the fucking login page. I logged in, dumbass. I'm so pissed. Guess I have Guild Wars 2 and chill. I would play Guild Wars 2. But I don't want to lose my mount. It would be devastating if I lose my mount. Like, losing the mount, I think I only have like about 2 hours left on the mount. And it's like, I don't think I can play the game without the raptor mount. Jesus fucking Christ, Microslop. Can't believe it. Guess brute forcing this one doesn't work. I'm still trying to look up some things that I can do, but I don't think so. Everyone just be like, oh, just make an account. Like, I'm already at the point where I'm at the second page of Google search, and I have a fucking website that is named kpjcpn.cam. The fuck is that webpage? What's that? Stuck on sign in? Yeah, how about that? Try to look at data resetting PC, clearing browser cache. I keep trying to sign my, but after loading my sign in the black text, I don't even get a black text. Go to app data local low MCC safe web cache and delete everything in the folder. Should I try that? I mean, might as well just give it a try, I guess. Guess I'll give it a try. Why not? Okay, so app data local low MCC. I assume I have to close this one first. So alternate F4, we know that worked wonders. All right, let me do this real quick then. So C. So here, boom. Yeah, press the wrong thing. App data, local MCC. MCC saved, web cache, and delete everything in the folder. This one has 9 upvotes, so I guess that works. I'm just gonna delete it. I mean, I can always get it back from the recycling bin, so... Alright, delete it. Let's give it a try again. If this doesn't work, then... I'm not too sure what to do, actually. I mean, I will play Monster Hunter Wilds, but I don't know what to find over there. But I am kind of curious on the performance optimizations of the game. I heard a lot of people saying that the game is like... The game looks like shit now after the update. It's like, I guess that's like one way to optimize the game, question mark. And I heard a lot of things about like the game trying to optimize for Switch too, but I think that's just a meme. I could be wrong on that. Yeah, bullshit. As if this is going to work. Funny. So, that was a shot in the dark. Guess that doesn't work. Still getting the same error. Here's what it fixed. For me, Windows settings, display graphics, advanced graphics setting, enable hardware, accelerate GPU scheduling. It doesn't work. HP... I verified integrity of files, logged them without a problem. Here's something that Halo supports sent me by email and actually worked. Steam Liquid settings, the interface. Scroll down and locate the enable GPU accelerated rendering and web views option. If it's turned on, please enable this feature. Restart your computer. Attempt to launch the game and verify if you're not able to successfully log in. Restart, try everything I can do. Okay, so apparently a lot of people having the same issue. How unfortunate. Actually, that's to tell the truth, I do think it's worth a shot. If you want to play it safe, you could move the files out instead of deleting them. And also disable the Steam Cloud Sync if you have it on. It's on by default and might mess with some changes you're trying to make. Xbox Live sign out loop, how to sign out. I'm trying to sign in. Xbox sign in, I used to start restoring the computer. You start by calling Xbox support. Oh my god. Navigate to a local app data web cache folder, which can be found at boom. Okay. Paste this into an Explorer window bar. Delete all the files in the location. Launch the game. Sign into a preferred action. Deleting or moving the files and launching Steam just to make sure there's nothing in RAM that will get in the way. So it's not cache, it's web cache? Delete all files in this location. All the cache. Interesting. I guess I can try this again. I mean, I'm not even gonna like... Let me just restore these. Restore these files on the recycling bin. Boom. Okay, and then delete them again from here. So cache is now something in again. And then I'm trying to delete all of these. Boom. Okay. Delete it. And they said that is going to work. Launch the game and the game should prompt me to sign in again, I've been told. Okay, let's give it a try. If this doesn't work, then I'll just play Monster Hunter Wilds, whatever. I mean, if the game doesn't want me to play, then what's to do, right? It's not that I don't want to play it. Like, fuck me, I want to play this game, but sorry, that's on my end. If the game doesn't work, then why force it to work? So, yeah. I'll try what I can. Right, here we go. Lamau. Lamau. Actual Lamau. Oh, what if I say... Okay, one last Google search. Okay. Message collection, sign in error. Which way puts me with the link, pressing back, percent the same error. Oh, restore it to the local law, switch rate to restore. See scan now, let's support remote control session, helping install game switch for PowerShell. Even though it didn't help, at a moment person didn't. Okay, so nothing worked. I may have forgotten to mention that I did do this, but like the other fixes online only measure the reboot device key credentials, but no, I have to do the credentials to fix. I have to do the credentials thing. Oh my god, I have to do the credential things. Imagine troubleshooting the game on stream. Wow. Well, I mean, what can I do here, huh? I mean, I know what to do. I have to do the credentials thing, but holy fuck. That's actually diabolical. I cannot believe it. I cannot believe it. I cannot believe it. I'll do the credentials off stream. I'm just gonna play Monster Hunter Wilds. Okay, give me a second. I'm just gonna change this real quick. Real quick. Docs. This one. Halo MCC Super Steam E Kobo Steam Break State. Alright, done. Oh right, I probably have to uninstall all the mods, huh? For Monster Hunter Wilds. Okay, actually, give me a second. I am going to do a lot of things. Give me a second. I'm going to uninstall most of the config mods, I guess. Config mods and also some of the SPF mods, I guess. Optimizations, essentially. It has to be there has to be a lot of plugins as well, so let me open up this one real quick and then I'm just gonna do it real quickly. Okay. Thank you, Breaky. Alright, so I'm not gonna uninstall the thing, what do you call that thing again? The cosmetic mods and see if the game works. So I'm just going to go to Monster Hunter Wilds here, boom. Installed files. So there should be a lot of like, I think I should disable lens, utilities, statics, disable post-processing Lua, so light environment Lua and disable lens Lua. Let's cut this one out there first. Lua files, those are like the script files. Invisible mentals, I'm keeping them. So this is the JSON files. This is so spicy, the one I'm doing right now, but I don't know if I'm doing it right. Okay, here, natives. They're not natives. I need to... Oh shit, where's the .ini file again? I forgot. Right, I need to go to Nexus Mods for this. Make some lemon water and it's so good. Just put some lemon juice in hot water and put a little sugar in it. Ooh, yeah, that's a classic night. Yeah, lemon water is pretty good. Plus a little bit of sugar just makes it feels pretty good as well. Love that, love that. Download history. Oh, January 8 has an update on this? 10.4 updated. Let me download this. Oh, I already downloaded this on the newest update. Okay, so I need to download this to know what I should delete. All right, welcome to me troubleshooting games on stream. Well, I mean, fucking Halo didn't work. That's so upsetting. Okay, so I was at this one. Where should I put the config.ini? Oh, where's the config.ini? If this is just a config.ini, then it's gonna be a lot easier then. I'm pretty sure I just have to delete the current config.ini and we should be good. Place the color near... Oh, okay, so it's just at the... Master Wilds. Oh, the config.ini is just here. Yeah, just delete this and it should be good. Okay, so that's the one. And I'm pretty sure the Lua ones, I don't need to deal with them. Okay, I guess I can give it a try. If I feel like chances are high that it's gonna break, but what do I know? Alright, first try. If I didn't mess up, first try on the performance update. Let me close this and boom. Let's give it a try. What if this doesn't work too? Oh, that's on my end. If this doesn't work, I'll just play Counter-Strike. I mean, a backup plan for a backup plan for a backup plan? Did it work? I'm a little bit scared. I don't think it's where... Oh, it's working. Okay. In Power World, it's gonna destroy my PC if I stream it. I tried it. Power World somehow makes my PC go way louder than Monster Hunter Wilds. So that's why I kind of mentioned the optimization issue with Power World a little bit. I guess it worked. Hell yeah. So no, only invisible mentals. There's no optimization mods currently, so we're gonna see how. In addition to gameplay optimization improvements, new CPU options and graphic options category have been added, along with new settings for existing options. Would you like to automatically update your settings based on your PC specifications for optimal performance? No, I would like to look at them. Right, so with what I was doing somehow worked perfectly fine, so that's good. I wonder if the DLC situation has been fixed. Yeah. Update introduced another improvement for process specific for the Steam version. New options for reading processing load and update option. Are you actually running at 60 FPS? What in the fuck is happening at the background? You are running at 60 FPS. What in the fuck? How? Huh? Why is it at 120? Holy fucking shit, what is this black magic? what? What happened? Animation quality reduced. Effect quality low. Character facial expressions reduced. Wet surface details disabled. Monster frame skip. Adjust frame skip settings for monster animation in some cases. Handler frame skip, small monster quality, endemic life display count, and background decoration motion quality. So everything is at the lowest possible currently. This is fucking insane. What happened? I mean, I'm impressed. I'm streaming too. That means that there's a lot of things happening on the background. Nah, that's wild. Pun intended. Smooth. The fuck? What kind of black magic did they do to the game? It went from not playable to fucking I'm playing World or something. Oh, I'm playing like I don't know. One could say that monsters are too wild. Well, that's just a main menu, so we'll see how it works here. Okay, that makes more sense actually. So game runs at I can't see. That makes a lot more sense. Okay, we good. I'm okay with this. Okay, let's see. The 60 is definitely not possible here. Okay, so everything is the lowest, right? Fairy did a small die. Looks like it. I guess they... Oh. Oh, some of the settings is like... Oh shit. Oh, did this small die? Oh shit, I didn't know. Okay, let's go back to main menu real quick. Return without saving. I mean, not much is being done there. Okay, let's see. Looks like it's fine-ish. I mean, it was running at 30. If I try frame generation, it might work, but I think frame gen is not gonna work on not gonna be seen on OBS, right? No, disable, lowest. Get this one. Distortion effects not gonna do much, I think. Render distance. Load by displaying only nearby objects. Additionally, small objects on screen are not rendered. Okay. I don't know if I want to try AMD FSR frame generation. Allow you to suppress the maximum frame rate set under the display options. I mean, it sure looks extremely smooth here. This one just runs at 60, which is crazy still. Alright, let's try getting into the game and see again. I think the game is running at like about 40? 30? About 30? I mean, it's not showing the frame rate somehow. Oh. Oh. Has this always been here before? Okay, it's already at the lowest possible, so unless I use VSync. Because VSync, this would be redundant, so we don't need to change that anymore. So everything is the lowest possible. VSync, yeah, doesn't work. Fair enough, fair enough. VSync doesn't change as much. Okay, let's disable this one, and then let's try frame generation. Game is trying. I think the frame generation works way better than the lossless scaling one, I feel like. But one thing that I'm very pleasantly surprised is that there's no encoding overloaded going on OBS, so... Okay, also hi Mafia Wolf. Let me try going to the Grand Hub. Ooh. Oh, you see that? Oh, that's what they mean by like frame skip. So the closer ones will have full animation, but the furthest one will lose all the details and everything. Yeah. And then once I get in, they'll render in the things. And the one that's far away will have no polygons and shit. And they'll have like a lot of frame skip. I mean, it's clever to do that, right? It's a clever way of rendering things. I mean, of course, they give us the option to like fully render everything or not, which is pretty nice, honestly. Wow, wow, wow. I guess they fixed the DLC thing. I didn't really catch up with the DLC like situation. If I do 30, that's probably gonna like... Okay. Yeah, I feel like if I put it at 30, it would be a little bit more stable. And it sure feels that way. What? The DLC situation is overblown. It only happens in Grand Hub and it's not as severe as people were reporting from what I heard. Oh. People are saying that the DLC is like... they keep constantly check if you have like a missing DLC. So if you have like no DLC bought, and then the game is gonna constantly check that, oh, you don't have DLC, then it's gonna constantly check if you have the DLC again and again and again, which makes the game like runs like dog shit. Only happens at Grand Hub in size severe as people were reporting from what I heard. Okay, so that's... I mean... I do hear that from Twitter, and I know how like fear-mongering Twitter can be most of the time. Sometimes it's real, but most of the time it's just fear-mongering, so it's hard to say. It only happens in Grand Hub where it's got plenty of performance to spare, versus say the Windward Plains where other things are super laggy anyways. Yeah. I guess one way to try out, right? One way to try out is to fight... I think I was at Skater Steve, yeah. One way to find out is to try fighting... Oh my god. $140. And fighting Gok is like super obvious, so let's give it a try. We have Laser Sharp, Dragon, and Crit Element. Oh, it already has level 3 Crit Element. Let's do Expert then. There. So there's a shit ton of things that's wrong last time when I played the game. One being the game constant stuttering mid-fight, so that's annoying. Let's hope that one is gone. We're here to sort of try out how the game feels currently. One thing's for sure, they have optimized the game with some sort of black magic going on, right? This is still black magic, by the way. Like, there's no more encoding overloaded showing up on OBS anymore. We can check the thing. I feel like this is significantly lower. I mean, sure, it's still at 100%. This one is lower by about 10% already. I mean, sure, this one is still like 100%, but I mean, back then this would go for like 80% or something. So still, right? Still, yeah. Most of the time my CPU is 100%, so probably not very healthy for my PC, huh? Most of the time when I stream, the CPU just runs at 100%. So I have to really think about, sometimes I want to use my 2D model, sometimes I want to use my 3D model. It really depends. Alright, let's give it a try. Only support hunters on. That should be good. Support hunters. Boom, boom, boom. Looks good to me. Alright, here we go. I mean, obviously the game's still gonna run, like, not that good on my PC, since it's my PC is at 1070 GPU, so obviously, right? No Dirt joining along. Oh, you wanna join? Oh, oops, I didn't know. Oh, that's so fucking pretty though. Holy shit. This is how the game looks like normally? Wow. Let's go, chicken! Game is kind of loud. Oops. Let's see if I still got this. Yeah, they're still stuttering. It just happened. DPS check is around dragon damage, but actual damage is pretty weak to dragon. So in a way it still is like what's happening? Oh, I forgot to eat these. Wait a second. Let me eat this real quick. Don't kill me! Don't kill me! I'm eating, don't be rude. How much am I eating? I have no idea. Am I eating the right thing? That's the question, isn't it? AFK to do stuff, holy shit, I better better than I can. Am I now? I thought I almost died from it. Yep. Ow. Uh-oh, too early. Is Fabius not taking hits anymore? Or am I dumb? Oh no! I hit air. It's okay, Fabius, it's fine. There's no need. Ay, I almost died. First impression, the game runs way better than before already. That's like 100%. I take it back. That was quick. No! I don't have weapon drawn. Ay, 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 ay. I still got it without playing it for like a month, I think. A little bit sluggish, I feel like, but it's fine. That was quick. Ay, ay, ay. There are stuttering, but it's a lot lesser.
Nice.
Yeah, it still happens around like this part. A lot harsher, but it occurs lesser now, so I guess in a way that's good. Oh, 3 times? Fair enough. Into it now, no. Hey, got him. I'll take it. It's not the best. Ow. Where's the point? Oh. We got him. I'll always do the furthest one first. Alright, one more. Ay. Alright, we good. Oh, weak point. Oh, it's gone. Isn't there like... I thought there's like one more track that I can use, but I don't remember what it is. I'm just gonna shoot it, it's fine. Whee! Hi, Hanako. Ooh. Yeah, I mean, this is without any performance mods, so the game definitely runs a lot better now. They injected some sort of black magic to this game. I don't know what happened, so I'll take it. Oh, you can activate with that? I didn't know.
Nice.
Going up. Big dragon. One co-op? I mean, sure, I guess. I'm not really particularly doing any like specific quests here. I mean, I don't know what to farm or something. Aranka. Ay. I literally couldn't see shit when everything is exploding just now. Oi! Oh my god. That's too far. Come on, wake up. Do it. Oh, we did it! Wow, crazy. I should try to cut the tail. Woohoo! 呀，10,000 skill on me, what I do 真的是 it's fine. Don't go there immediately. It's gonna do explosion, I think. Although I already contained the power, so should be fine. So game definitely runs 10 times better than before. That is a 100% thing, right? I am playing this with no performance mods. The game looks as good. The game looks way better than before already, right? In like this, for my system, I don't know how the game looks on like high settings and everything, but to me personally, the game currently looks way better than I used to, because there were no disabling any post-processing effects. I'm lowering the settings as like the game given me the options to, right? Stuff like that. Uh-oh. I should have done that. I think here is safe. Oh. Didn't you just do a big drop? How can you keep moving like that? The tail is too far. Oh no! I couldn't even get a hit. Okay, we got some hit. I think that's gonna work. Do you have any hits that's gonna hit me? Plan. I am now a pancake. Olivia, why are you here? Nice. Nope. 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 Fabius. Thank you, Fabius.
Nice.
Nice. Let's eat. Oh yeah, I forgot I have this music. Holy shit, I actually forgot. I can't believe it. I know Ryuma started playing. I want it. I want it. I want it. I want it. Let me do it. Let me do it. Let me do it. I want it. Hiya. What? Why does spin only go for a little bit? Oh, that's really bad. Wow, you really like me, don't you? It's okay, I like dragons too. We survived that. Oh, I didn't see what it's doing. God damn, you really like me, don't you? Holy shit. Tail, tail, tail. Nice. Okay, good. I'm so looking at Fabius there.
Nice.
Tail, tail. He got the tail, oh my god. Big tail. -1. It's doing the thing. Oh, I got the gem! Worth. It's so worth. Let's go. I got your gem. Oh, first carp of the day too. Holy shit. First carp of the day, we got gem. Let's fucking go. Easy. Gonna carve that shoulder. Is that shoulder? No, that's back. Okay. Give me another gem. You know you want to. Oh no! Another one? Maybe? Come on, another one? Oh, I got 2 though. Yeah, I got 2. Fuck! I'm cheating. Holy shit! When I do emote, they'll react to it, right? If I remember correctly. So if I were to do, look at all of them just comes here. I can dodge very reliably now, so game definitely works a lot better than before. Yes, there's stuttering, but it's not constant stuttering. It happens quite lesser now. Although it's like, okay, how do I explain this? It's like it doesn't stutter constantly, a little bit. It stutters for a lot, but for short bursts of time. I don't know if that's a good thing, but I'll take it. And since this update has a lot to do with like performance updates, so I don't think using any like performance mods is a good idea currently. So I'm not gonna do that. Dragon attack, slugger, adrenaline rush. I have an Eevee next to me now. I will hug the Eevee. Hug the Eevee. I'm rank 250. I'm the best. One thing I want to try actually before I do more quests. Let's go to Suja. I want to see, because I want Oracle kites and stuff. Here. Grandmama. Wyverian melding? No. Ranks? No. Talisman welding? Appraised talisman? Items? Melt decorations? What? Wait, I cannot melt. Wait, I thought someone told me that I can melt Oracle kites here. Is it not here, or is it like where? Oh, Atut. Okay, Atut. Okay, let's go Atut. Where the fuck is Atut? Oil well basin, of course. Atut. Okay. I want to get 10,000 Oracle kites. I think I farmed enough for it. No? I mean, I think I farmed quite a lot of items. I don't think it's here. I can... Oh, I can, okay. Come here, buh. Come here, Titi. Titi. Is it you guys? Link Party? I'm not doing quests for now though, but here. No, not trade. Not trade. Is by the burly guy at the in between Atut and base camp got icon for him also? Okay. Let me... Burly guy, More chicken. There's an exclamation mark. Is it you? Rokui? I think it's you. It talk! Okay, thank you. What's the material? Think you got oily stuff on it? I don't know what it is, but the oil could be used for smelting foundry. If you come across any extras you don't need, you should give it a try. And going forward, you can now use Gokuma materials when you smell ore. Oh! Yes! Yes, there's more reason to farm Gok. Smell ore using Gok. Oh, using these? Oh, damn, okay. That's not a lot though. Oh, I got 21 out of it. It's better than nothing. Items? Worn pickaxe. Give it to the smith to get special equipment. Steel dragon cloth. Shift for the 6 ticket. Oh. Oh, I have so much pinnacle coin. Hunter symbol tree. What? Whoa, 600. Oh, gems. Of course they're 600. Oh, this one. One. One gem. Chat's gonna kill me for this. Find your loud queen for one after 20th. I'm here to throw gem away. I mean, what is the gem used for? There's no Gog. Is that Gog armor? Wait, there is Gog armor. 1k? Oh. Oh, right, of course, right. I farmed these guys a lot as well. Holy, I farmed a lot. Yeah, sure. This Gog armor? I think I made them. Did I? I don't remember actually. Anything that's like 30. 30. Oh, I have low radar stuff as well. Wow. 50. Plate is 50? Oh, these are low rank, of course. Oof, tuna certificate. One point to 80 points. Okay. Get raided, nerd. Wow. My PC is dying. Hi, Dragon. Hi, Mod Dragon. Hi, Brad Hawk. Hi, Celeste Dragon. Welcome. Oh, thank you, Evie. Hi, Verix. Evie Fast. Evie Fast. Hello, welcome. Hi, Peter. Hi, Nature Dragon. Dirk's back. Welcome back, Dragon. That alert is crazy. I love it. Heck yeah. Welcome in, everyone. Welcome. There was not a lot of things happening. Definitely. I definitely was not trying to fix the game. I'm gonna head up and have fun, of course. And thanks for the raid, Celeste. Good luck with whatever you're gonna do. Also, welcome in, Raiders. I'm Tiara. I'm a Kobo. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons 2 bits. I love dragon bits, and I do art sometimes. Welcome. I hope Little Company was fun, right? At least before I stream, I saw Celeste playing Little Company with a bunch of others as well. Yeah. Good couple. What did I do? Hi, Salami. Lots of dragons on my end. I'm here. I have so much oracle cards. You were there? Nice! To the fake flowers. I found the kitty's grave. Another papers on the same to show. Get something more present for next week. That sounds good. Thank you, Preta. I can upgrade things now. Oh my god. Yeah. Look at me playing the game at 30 FPS. Actually, I don't think I want to play with frame generation, right? I've been inspired. Oh my god. Yeah, no frame gen. I think I'm content with the game running at 30 FPS. Like, good enough. Alright, let's go to... Oh. Oh my god, there's Joss here. I guess you can farm GOG, why not, right? I mean, now that I know I can use GOG's materials to make oracle kites. Thank you, Jameson. Thank you, Narix. Yeah, I can make a lot more GOG weapons now. Oh my GOG. Artian. Doublet? Doublet? GOG gems forever needed? Yeah. I definitely did not throw one away just now. Very unbecoming for a Kobo, but... I definitely do not have 6 of them. I don't know how I got so many though. I think a lot of emotions are being blocked by entire insanity mod. All took it 6 hours ago, it was a little hard on me. Not sure I'm spending one damn way. Look! I'm trading one shiny for 5 oracle kites. I'm trading one shiny for 5. That's a good deal. Look at that. Boom. I knew chat is gonna hate me so much for doing this. Hell yeah, wow. So the bonuses are element boost. Oh, only one element boost, huh? I kind of want to have more elemental thing, question mark? Oh, I need gens to transcend them. Okay, what do I want? Wait. Have I have a bow, I think. I kind of want to see an Artian or Artian insect glaive. I haven't played insect glaive for a long time. Insect glaive is kind of cool. Do I have a great sword? Wait, no, hammer. I like bong. Give me bong, give me bong. Give me bong. I want bong. Mega bong. Hajimete kamawanka. Huh? Module 1 kill. Module 1 kill. I should probably use hammer to fight against Gog. I think that'll be really fun. Reinforce. Wait, no. Upgrade to Gogma Artian or Artian. Element focus 390. Affinity. Oh, 0 affinity? I kind of don't like the 0 affinity part. Let's do affinity focus. Yeah. That is a really cool hammer though, holy shit. I love that. Boom! It's so good! Element boost, sharpness, element. Wow, really? I kind of want to change that one. I want to try resetting it. Maybe I can get lucky. Oh, it needs these! Oh shit. Oh, I can use on a card kind as well. Oh yeah, this is fine. This is fine. Affinity. Affinity boost 3, affinity EX, affinity 3, attack boost and attack 3. I think that's pretty good though. I kinda want this one. The normal meta is to go attack focus since you can make up affinity with your armor and element doesn't get boosted by crits except the one deco. Oh, so attack good? Well, I'll keep it then. But no sharpness though. What the fuck is that opening roll? Is it good? Is it bad? I'm getting mixed signals here. I'm keeping it. I think this is really good. 51% affinity? I have found the perfect bond. I never fought Gog with Bonk before. I'm a little bit scared. So what do we need? What do we need? The Tanakon. Razor Sharp. Dragon KO. Yeah. And then what else do we have? Critical element. KO. Would be nice for Charge Blade. Oh, too bad that's not a Charge Blade. For the reinforcements, you usually want at least one sharpness cost, otherwise the weapon gets too blunt too fast. And I need comfort food and hugs. I think I shall order pizza. I know, like I'm not there. You know, I couldn't give you physical hugs, but at least I hope being here can help a little bit. We need one more KO. Charge KO. Increase a little bit of attack and charge attack. This is literally perfect, no? Alright, we have the hammer. Then I guess we don't need evasion anymore. I mean, level 4 evade window is not that good here with hammer. Just having you stream is helping, it's not on my own. I have my partner too, and as soon as I order food, I'll call her and we'll watch YouTube together. Good. It sounds good, it sounds good. Also, I got muffin? Heck yeah, dragon. Might as well get one event extender. No, get destroyer. I like destroyer. More fire resistance. I think this is good enough. Level 5 agitator. 1 chain. Why do I have special ammo boost? Yeah, let's go. I'm gonna bonk some goog. Does Jameson wanna join with the gog bonk? Hi, Brainy. Look at the schnook. Destroyer, I hardly know her. Can I cry? I will cry. Gook, okay. See, I help farm gem, man. I help farm gem. I'm good Kobo. I help farm gem. I definitely did not throw one gem away for Oracle kites. I didn't do that. No one saw that. I definitely did not stream it for I don't know how many people saw that actually, so I don't know. Also, hope Bring is doing good. Ah, no wonder the game was kinda loud. I always keep it at 69. There we go. Ready to join? I think me and Narix is in a link party. No, it's not communication. What is it again? Members list. Yeah. Unfriend? No, how do I invite you to a link party? Chicken. Narix, how do I invite people to link party? Story progress? I don't know how to invite people to link party. How do I... I mean, I can follow, unfriend, or block. I don't know why I want to do that. You be appointed to link... There's a link party leader? Oh, okay. Oh! I did it. I'm the best. Holy shit. Food looking good. Okay. Dirk will be doing white range heal. Good luck healing me because I'm gonna get one shot. I'm gonna be the best. I'm gonna be the best bunker here. Do we need support hunters or are we good? I think the three of us should be fine, I think. I mean, Narix alone can solo this little Gog, so should be fine. Oh, actually, I think Jameson can do it too. I mean, what's the level? 810 and 697. Walao, I'm only 250. Hi, Ninya. Alright, let's wait for Jameson. If I'm the host, it's probably gonna be laggy for Jameson though, so... just a heads up then. Okay, let's do it. Standby. Oh, Nia is doing good. Don't worry, I've seen the HR 100 beat me at longsword. Cheater? How can they do that? Cheater. I crave pizza too. Maybe I should order pizza tonight. But it's so expensive though. The game looks so much more beautiful now that I have no performance mods going on here. I never see this cutscene with multiple people. This is so cool. Here comes the bong. Ow. Okay, how do I deal with that move when I'm a hammer? I guess that worked. Oh my god. Bonk. I'm holding it. Okay, that's not aim for me. Wee. Okay, that's not aim for me. I shall now live.
But of course, I must mention this before I leave. Good girl, very good girl. Perfect.
Thank you, Evie. Have a good luck too. I hope that works. No, my hammer is too short. Wow. We dodged that. 30 FPS is good enough. That worked, holy shit. No way. I mean, it worked to some extent, I guess. Whoa. Just in case I'm holding it. No, I'm too late. I need it. I'm fine. Thank you. Okay, that was the name for me. Ow! I'm okay. Oh my god, my PC is dying. Oh my god. Oh my god, my PC is dying actually. Finally. I guess they're down there. Oh, I'm okay. I want him. Bonk. Bonk. Let me bonk him real quick. I'll do the full thing. Oh, make it this one then. Oh, careful. Ah. Give me head. Give me head. Ooh. Is it stunned? I'm gonna do something stupid. Please don't blame me for this. Oh, is it already gone? Oh, there's no more track. Okay, I guess it worked. $1,500 per file? Maybe I should try a Charge Blade or Insect Glaive. I mean, Insect Glaive is really fun. I'm gonna give it a try. Now that I know I can charge Insect Glaive, Insect Glaive's... What do you call that thing again? Extract. What happened? We take those. Holy shit, negates all the damage? Crazy. Okay, that doesn't work. Thank you. So lucky actually. Ooh, I didn't get one shot. Holy shit. I can heal. Up your soul. Whoa, hi Brian. Halo is a little different than I remember. I hate the game. I'm sorry. I tried to log into the game, but it never wanted me to like log in the game, so I couldn't play it. That's why I'm playing this. I was so angry too because I tried so many methods trying to get the game to work, but it just doesn't let me log in. This one. Oh, too late. Arigato, tasukatta. We take those. Unfortunate. Oh, I'm hearing. Arigato, tasukata. Arigato, tasukata. Oh, not that worth. That leg was scary. Whoa! Oh my god, I couldn't even keep up with like how much it's moving. I don't think I can hit the head. Yeah, the head is too high. Whoa! His hitbox needs locked me on the ground.
No.
It's okay. We hate GOG, and we also love GOG. Hiya, this is stuttering potion. Stench? No even. It's stinky. GOG stinky. While being unharmed, Alma, oh, 1 HP locked. Oh, Alma recognizes that I didn't die once. Like, holy shit. How do you know like they're just 1 HP locked? Maybe a gem? Oh, no gem. No fucking gem either. 1550 S damage per SAD for plus the 1.5. Oh, no gem here as well. I even used the ticket. There was 16 minutes. Yeah, I mean, I have two OP characters here. Of course, it's gonna take 16 minutes only. OP character. Intimidator? I don't think that's gonna be like useful at all. Imagine trying to intimidate intimidate fucking GOG. Okay, a bit slow the GOG. You're bringing me. Of course it's gonna be like slow. I was hammering heals and buffing to you too so I can claim them. I didn't see what I get. I mean, now that you two are here, I might as well just try to use other weapons and fight against Gog. I haven't played Switch X in such a long time, actually. Gosh. I miss Switch X. Let's make one. Atianka. Mundus Atus. Oh, I have two. Oh, blast. Wow. Element file. If I put attack focus, it's gonna become... Oh, it's gonna become power file. Ooh, weird. Let's do element focus. Yeah. Mundus Atus. Wait, it's not Mundus Atus anymore. It's Wicked Regnum. I thought it says Wicked Rectum. That would be a little bit concerning. Don't know how I feel about a Wicked Rectum. A 3 affinity, 2 attack. Ah, that's really good, isn't it? I'm keeping it actually. Yeah, I'm keeping it. No sharpness be like? Oh, wait, yeah, sharpness is a bit of a problem, isn't it? Oh. Maybe I should change it. Yeah, let's change it. Maybe I can get something cool. There. Affinity, element, affinity, attack. Well, I mean, still... still no sharpness, but I guess it's fine. Apply these new reinforcements. Yes, sir. Right, let's play. Let's try to play a little bit of Switch X. Switch X. I can eat for free. Oh my god, free. I want carver meal. Ooh. Oh my god, my my family is playing Pokemon Go at KL. Adorable. Right. I guess I can fight Gog like a few more times, why not? Alright, I'm gonna try to help with the biggest quotation mark to get gems. Who knows, maybe a Kobo is lucky enough that I can get you guys to get some gems. You need two? The Kobold's gonna channel the luck, and then the Kobold is gonna get all the gem. I mean, the Kobold is gonna share the gem. I think. Maybe. One for the Fembraces, want to transcend them. Oh wait, you can transcend armor, right? I mean, I'm not even wearing Gog armor. I'm wearing Seragio's armor. Oh, I have enough gem to transcend all of them. Aha. I'm not gonna do it. I mean, I'm not wearing the I'm not wearing the Gog armor. If God literally triple blocks me from rolling out the way like last time, so how am I going to fucking snap? We love Goog. Are you gonna be like, oh my Goog? Oh my Goog. I roll his hitbox me rolling, I roll another way, he puts his wing on me and pushes me back into the explosion. I roll a touch and he doesn't make it into the explosion. Okay, it's a lot slower than I thought. I tried to offset that for no reason. We take those. Ow. I'm okay. Doing it just in case. Oh, that doesn't work. I still did a little bit earlier than that. Oh. I've been grieved. I keep pressing the wrong button. I was just dancing and oh my god. Yeah, Switch chess is kinda hard to play, you know?
Nice.
that was a weird behavior. I think going second floor? Yeah. Anyway. I'm doing it again. I'm spamming it. I'm doing it again. I'm spamming it. Yeah. Pura. I forgot how satisfying switch checks can be, holy shit. Switch X feels pretty good.
セクレトで足場を伝って追え。
追いましょう。
I have a feeling. When Kobo has a feeling. When Kobo gonna get jammed this time. I'm gonna steal the jam this time. Ooh. That was quick. aiming at the wing is like so painful. Did I just whiff? Wow, why did that hurt so much? Thank you. Whoa, I'll be fine. Whoa. Here comes the big boy.
No. Nice.
Oh, hit there. I don't know how the fuck I do that. Walao. Did I no counter there? I took the last hit, I'll take it. That was a very nice kill steal. Maybe a gem? Dang it, no gem. Oh, that was a bad one. Thank you. Oh. Feels really bad. Whoa. That was sudden. I was about to ask if this thing is going to topple or not. Anyway. I don't know how I survived that, but I'll take it. Oh my god, PC help. I didn't even get to
No.
build my switch axe things.
No.
Eat me. I feel you guys are seeing the lag as well, right? For Narix and Jameson. Oh. The music didn't even get to play. The music didn't get to the climactic part. Jameson and Narix 2 OP. Someone got a gem. Someone got a gem. Where's mine? Cover Mew, don't fail me now. Come on, cover. No. No gem. Ooh, yeah, someone got the gem. Wow. It was Narix. Narix got the gem. Two gem sphere carving. that definitely didn't happen to me just now. Can you hear that? I can hear it out loud. Oh wait, Narix can look at the auto mod messages, I forgot. I'm going to strangle you. Ooh. Wait a minute. Right? 18 minutes. Slinger's Fire. Buff and heals 462. Rare items collected 2. The 2 gem. Exposed. Exposed. 2 gems. Can I try using bow I kind of want to try using bow. I might get one shot a lot of times, but I do love bow actually. Oh, I fought with no decorations. Wow. This is true Monster Hunter experience. What, beating this game, beating GOG solo? You're gonna beat the GOG, you're gonna beat the GOG solo with no gem. That's true Monster Hunter. I'm joking. Alright, I think I have a special bow here, yeah. Let's try this. What happens outside? That was a weird sound. Let me go take a look real quick. Weird. It sounded like something big just fell. Oh, wait, my armor is still level 1. How is my armor still level 1? I mean, to be fair, I'm not getting any armor spheres. So... this is... oh, max level. Okay. 5k. Ooh, that's not bad. I still have one level 1 armor, but that's good. That's fine. I will trade all my armor spheres for 2 fucking gems. All here is let's do armor spear hunt. Yeah, but we need armor. We need GOG sphere. We need GOG gem. Well, Jameson needs GOG gem. I'm so mean. What are we fighting? Endless sky, endless sea? One tempered, one not tempered. Where the vast stretches of sky meet the vastness of the sea. A chance to usurp 2 rulers falls upon thee. Steel thy resolve and fight wholeheartedly, and the guild shall reward armor spheres if thou returnest victoriously. I hate this guy. Who knows, maybe I'll find inside to transcend the rest of the 6 pieces I'm left with. Alright, I'm fighting this one. Oh! I want to farm GOG as well, for no reason. I don't know if bow is a good idea against them, but it's fine. What's the worst that's gonna happen? Death? Death only Mahaya. Die only can still revive one is okay. Man, like 20 hunts without a single gem. 20 hunts without a single gem is very unfortunate actually. Reminds me of my Rise time, like my Rise fighting against whatever the monster is, I forgot. The big mouth one. Yeah, that one. I fought about 20 hunts without gems as well. But still, no, that's besides the point. That's beside the point. I mean, how do I beat bow again? I kind of want tail. Can I do that? Oh my god, my PC. Counter just right. That's a little single digit number. My damage is such a joke, honestly. Ay, ay, ay. I'm fine. Oh, I haven't seen being stunned for a long time. Thank you. I'll try to shoot away the tail as best I can anyway. Sorry about leading it away. We got the tail, holy shit. They're just fighting each other. Holy shit. Man, how do I even get your tail? Holy shit. Ooh. Thank you. I kind of want Reckless's tail as well. I might be able to do it. Oh yeah. Oh my god, oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, we killed it? Oh no. I didn't know he has no health already. I brought traps. I should have tried. Hi, Metal. Yep. Fucking yip. Welcome. Come on, Carver Mule. Double tail? Triple tail? Holy shit! Oh wow. I'd like to play Barony with Tiara. What's Barony? Tail. Lucky. I'll take it. I didn't aim at the tail. Nice. D&D roguelike dungeon crawler. Ooh. Dungeon crawler? You had me a dungeon crawler? Ooh. I'll look at the game after. Nice. Holy! What the fuck? I didn't do shit. I can't even get the tail off. Narix and Jameson to OP. Bow is kind of fun when there's like someone else tanking the hits. Hi Solar. 4 friends can co-op? 4? Wow. So I think Pierce Coating plus Dragon Piercer is like so strong. Even the hits sounds different. Hi there. Ai, walao ơi kiếm xếp về. Ôi kiếm xếp. Oh, what is this? 1, 2, 3 heavy armor sphere. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 hard armor sphere. Walao ơi, just... Hey, I did nothing! Truly the bow player. Nah, like my bow is so bad though. Also hope Dan is doing good. And also hope Solar is doing good. Welcome. What other weapons do I want to play? Ooh, I haven't played Sword and Shield in a long time. Sword and Shield... Wait, maybe not. Hunting Horn? No. Greatsword? No. Insect Glaive? I mean, I've been feeling a little bit of Insect Glaive lately, I guess. Omega Rod? Omega Rod? Synergy? Temporarily increase the affinity and the affinity of those around you after using a Rising Spiral Slash. Oh, okay. Vanguard Glaive. That looks so cool though. No element. I need dragon element though, right? Lou Month's list. Lou Month's gift. Any more dragon element? I guess power prolonger look sounds good. I cannot make it though. I have to make this one, but I don't have guardian scale. Guardian Ebony or Garen. So it's eyes. Oh no, no dragon element. Do I have to make another good weapon? Well, Gog weapon it is. Good. This one. This one. Deep Thrill Cha. Oh, I don't have enough Orichalcite anymore. Oh. Ooh. Oh, I have a great sword. Wow. Dragon element. Mundus Atus Blast. Dimensions. I feel I have a better dual blade. Yeah, just dismantle this one. Yep. Then reinforce. Insect Glaive. We do element focus. Yeah, I mean I like element focus. Limbo lol. Element boost, affinity, sharpness, and attack. That's not bad, right? Yeah, let's keep it. Element, affinity, no sharpness boost. Excuse-moi. Oh. Affinity 8, affinity 10. Attack EX. Sure, I'll take it. It's not bad. Sokunado Aru Monoka. Attack boost powder, attack boost weak point focus. So we could try this one. I mean, it's a spooder. Alright, what do we want here? We have... This is Dolakon, right? Razor Sharp? I feel like we need razor sharp for insect glaive, no? I guess we can get some razor sharp. Razor sharp level 1 is 10%. I'll take 10%. So we have dragon. If this power prolonger would be nice. Enhancer. Oh, frost handicraft. I'll take handicraft. Airborne maybe? I mean, I do like being airborne. Flight. Attack expert, draw, handicraft. Another handicraft? Handicraft. That's a weird gem, but I'll take it. Okay. So, did we try Gog again? I don't mind trying Gog again.
望みは遠慮はいらん。これでいいな。
Essentially, I can use the Gog materials to smelt more of the things, right? What's the thing again? The atmospheres and stuff. Wait, let me check one more thing. That's all items. They're so stingy. We have new insect glaive. I don't know how I'm gonna do with insect glaive. Ooh, another meal voucher? I mean, I still have 42 minutes though. I want carver meal. Always get carver meal for extra chance of getting gem. I saw something nice. Let me post it to my spicy Discord. I was just casually looking at Twitter for a little bit, and I saw something nice. Posted. I wonder how Misu's claw tastes like dipped in curry. Sus. 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 Okay, let me... I guess I can fight Gog one more time. Why not? One or two more times, I guess. And then I'll probably call it a day. And I'll see if tonight I can fix the Halo issue so that tomorrow we can continue playing Halo. I might die a lot here. Just be ready that I'm probably gonna die 10 times over. So I'll try my best not to die with Insect Glaive as well, but it's hard to say. I never really play Insect Glaive as much. It's a bit of a problem. But Insect Glaive just looks so fun though. 네. Narek's not joining? Oh, Narek is joining, okay. Oh. Playing the game at 30 FPS doesn't feel too bad, honestly. I mean, now that I can look at the game with more graphical fidelity, I think it's pretty good. Some stuttering happens, of course, but it's honestly not too much of a deal here. I think the stuttering occurs when the game's trying to load the next section, so that's why. Would be my guess. Ay, ay, ay. That was quick. Oh, I forgot the key is like different now. Whoa! Whoa! Oh no, I hit air. Unfortunate. Oh. So hard to control. Thank you. Hit air again. Oh, I didn't notice that. Let me create as much wound as possible. Right, it's down. Yeah, and it feels so cool. Oh shit, oh shit. Ow. I got the furthest one. Got it. I have to juggle between like left thumb and right thumb using the right joystick, right analog stick to control the camera. It's like my brain hurts, man. It's so hard to play well with Insect Glaive, but it feels so good when things worked out. Would you like a fourth? A fourth? No. Thumb? Do I need a fourth thumb? oh wait, oh you mean a fourth hand? I'm sorry, I was talking about thumb and I thought you were talking about thumb too. A fourth hunter? I guess, I mean, I'm gonna do one more after this, so if you don't mind doing just one, I'm okay with that. I don't know how laggy it's going to be though, since my PC does constantly stutter, and I don't know if that's going to affect the gameplay of you guys at all. I have no idea, honestly. I'm like you. Oh god! Walao, what the fuck? Ow. Whoa! Ow! Oh yeah, this is what I'm thinking of when I'm playing Insectglaive airborne fights. Ow! Holy shit, I almost died. I'll be fine. Yes, sir! That's so cool! I am! It's fine. I'm stuck at the foot. Whoa! Did we do it? I mean, why am I asking? I mean, I have Narix and Jameson. Of course we're gonna do it.
No.
I just feel like I didn't do anything there though. Nice. Oh. Oh my god. I can mix potion. What the fuck is that snipe? I want to do airborne fights, man. God damn it. Ow. I know that move. unless I'm on fucking Insect Glaive, I could have died there 10,000 times. Yeah, fighting God with Insect Glaive is crazy fun. I pressed one button. Oh, but the only problem is I'm just I keep getting hit everywhere. Oh my god, that's so good! It's like HP locked. Okay, actually, if I can do if I can maneuver better with Insect Glaive, it's fun as hell. Holy shit! It's so tough with all the charging attacks and shit, but I guess I can manage. I did even use like one compact anti-wyvern gun, I think. Oh, no gem. How about tail? A gem? A gem? A gem? No! No gem! No! This game sucks! This is the worst game ever! Oh. One gem. You're welcome. I wanna fight Gonk again with Insect Glaive. It's so fun. Especially for the third phase. I know I'm not doing a lot because I'm not using the compact anti-wyvern gun, but airborne fights? God damn, it's like I'm playing Dragon Ball. I did nothing again. You both broke 3 times. Holy shit. That is what we call being hard carried. You know something cursed? Sure. Hit me with the curse thing. I'm running maximum might dual blade for phase 1 and 2 of GOG. Why would you do that? I mean, I don't doubt you, but I mean I could never doubt you. But still, why? Johnny. Members list. How do I add people? Invite a friend? Open the friend invite screen and send link invitation? No, invitation list? No, that's not it. There is Barony on wishlist. Oh, do I have Barony on wishlist? Oh my god, I didn't even know. Oh shit. I didn't even know what the game was. I guess I looked at the I looked at the trailer for a bit, but then I eventually forgot. Oops. Oops. Oh, Salamander Race? Oh, this is Salamander Race? I mean, obviously I'm gonna play inside. Ah, okay. Is it Hunter ID? Friend code. S48L47UF. On the Hunter matching. Oh, there it is. Send friend request. There. In the DLC? I need another goddamn gem to transcend this. You enough, Leo? Oh, you're not fighting anymore? I'll fight for one more time then. Then, if Narix is here, I don't think I can play... I don't think I can play Insect Life anymore. Like, I cannot fuck around because Narix is not here anymore. Alright, let me invite... No, not communication. Hiya. Members list. No, one man carry. Close enough. I think you're like super duper strong already. Link party. I can only hammer heals and so fast. Okay, I'll try to use longsword for this, I guess. No, not longsword. Dual blade? No, not dual blade. No, only longsword and dual blade I feel like is the way to do it. Either that or gunlance? I guess gunlance could do it. I just need to go fast, right? I invited Hanatoro, right? Yeah, I did. Probably don't need Arshan. Oh, Artyom. I already did this. Let me try Gunlance. I don't feel confident with my with my current longsword skills. I don't think I can. I feel like guard 2. Maybe. Okay, let me try. Let me try something. Give me a second. Give me multiple minutes actually. It is this one. I had this one. God damn it. No, I cannot make this one. Oh, it's guard 3. If only. Any more Dalagon element other than that? Poison Dragon? Gore Magala? Cannot make Gore Magala. I mean, I have this one already. Yeah, I guess I have to use that one. Guardian Dragon. That's a little bit spicy. I might need like full dragon here. If I have Dragon and Guard, it would be nice. Dragon, Guardian, Opponent, Bandolier, Enhancer. There's no Guard. Guardian, Razor Sharp, Precise, Enhancer, KO, Iron Wall. I'll get Dragon Iron Wall. Maybe I can get a level 1 shield? Yeah, guard up. I just need to be able to block some unblockables. Is the performance still holding up? The game is definitely like definitely a lot better now. I mean, sure. Gunless, not artillery. What? How? Who needs artillery when you can spam it? 9-star James, a few questions if you want to take a break from GOG. The performance is definitely doing a lot better than the previous update, so I can definitely say for sure that I can play this game now. It doesn't crash constantly. There's no encoding overloaded constantly for OBS, so yeah, it's definitely like 10 times better, I would say. It's okay, I'm here to piss Narix off with my build. Yeah, no artillery gunlance. Oh, I love my dumbass build sometimes. Oh, dragon, welcome back, Celeste. Look at this good. Make me wanna nibble her. Wait. Deep breath. Everything is fine. Everything is fine. Ooh. So Jin, I kind of want to do one more GOG. Just one more GOG. Cute bolt. Wait. Amazing dragoness. How did the bully? Like, it's just no artillery. It's fine. Yeah, I want to do one more gook. I'll use this one. I'll try my best to not die with this gun lens. Should I use gun lens? Should I use longsword? Ooh, I don't know. I don't feel comfortable using longsword with 30 FPS, but I guess I can do it. I guess I can do it. Oh, I'm gonna give it a try. I'm gonna give it a try. Yeah. I'll give it a try. Imagine not playing longsword for months and then playing it now. I'm so gonna die. A Dragon Enhancer, Expert and Critical Element. No Razor Sharp? I guess that's fine. I mean, who needs Razor Sharp when I don't land a hit, right? Oh yeah, I think I never said this, but I hope Celeste is doing good. I will definitely plan on joining the next streamed VR chat session. Yeah. Oh, what's a away notice? I pressed it, but nothing happened. Uh-oh. Right, I'm ready. I don't want to skip this one. Look at that Mitsu, oh my god. I don't know if it's like intentional that Gog's chin or neck has an angry face. It's so adorable. Alright, here we go. I'll give it my best. My game lagged. I think. that works. Oh my god, him. Not now, please. I'll take it. I hit there. This gog, I swear. They keep doing it. This might be the most agile GOG I've seen. They keep doing that. I'm sorry, gonna sharpen real quick. Unlucky. I'll be fine. I hit air. Did you see the legging as secret model swap? I can buy the Labia now. Kobo and Kobo riding belt cannon. Oh whoa. Aye. Rings are very cursed. That's the intended thing, I think. Istanbul, thank you very much. Ay, ay, ay. Jameson's crying because I'm so slow. Thank Maybe I do need razor sharp. This is unfortunate. I keep needing to sharpen. I think, yeah, that's the second phase move. I'm just glad I can play this game in a more stable fashion now. It's nice. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Did they not flinch it? Was it too close? Or was it too late? That might have been too late. I'll get the furthest one. Daisy time for rock drop. Liverpool is before he's close enough to move his right wings up. Move his fingers up? Oh, you mean Liverpool immediately? Downright Liverpool is starting the knockdown. Oh, the knockdown is from Liverpool, not from the rock drop? Interesting. I'll be fine. So the lever works even if it's not at the leftmost side? I'm firing it. No Liverpool, I think it should not be too much of an issue. Secreto Pochi?
Nice.
Nice. Let's go chicken. Chicken. My pink cyan chicken. Rope drop flinch before it touches the platform. As the swing embraces of the floor, right to the forge hammer pops out. So essentially where to rock drop Gog before Gog can touch the ground with his forearms. And then the rock is going to flinch it, and then we just lever immediately then. That's what I understand. That's how I'm understanding this one. Before he even raises his single arms. Oh, that's you have to be so quick then. I think that's oh. Sorry. I thought I was cool. I'm sorry. Fair enough. I mean, there's no exact timing, I'm pretty sure. Arigato, tasukatta. Who is it aiming at? Also, yeah, sometimes when the game stutters, it just eats my input. And I just draw my weapon without me even knowing. It sucks, but it's fine. It is what it is. Fine. I didn't roll. Thank you. Just gonna do it. Why not? Fabius, I need your shield.
No.
Everything for the phase rock, phase start rock from phase 3 for the phase 2. I don't have to thank my friends. Fair enough. Time broken fish dragon brick. Love the bonk hammer. God, I love the bonk hammer as well. But I'm just not I'm not good enough with the bonk hammer to fight against this. Unless Narix and Jameson are both here, then I'll do it. Easy. Game, please. If I don't look at the ground, everything is gonna be fine. Double enemy. Uh-oh. I don't know what happened. How did I dodge that? I should have died. Hey. Wow, wow. We're doing it, we're doing it. Ow. Oh no! Imagine griefing the game.
No.
Next. Time to eat meat. Give gem! Come on, gem! I believe. Oh my god! No gem set Kobo noises. I think that's possible. Yeah? Whee! I'm the best. Oh my god. I noticed. Help! The fucking starter is getting crazy! I'll be fine. You keep aiming me with that shit. Get out of here. Love the poop of the hero. Never gets old. That thing is like 200 times size, 200 times my size, and I whiffed. I whiffed again. Garden Ichi Omanganga. I didn't do shit. Nice too. So this is how it feels to be supported. It feels really nice. Because for about 1,000 hours of me playing World, I've always been the supporter, right? Feels nice to like not. It feels nice to not need to bring out potions. No gem, fucking fuck. I don't have gem too. Someone's gonna have your back. I can heal too. Sometimes you don't feel like it. I'm okay with that. I like being the either tank or support sometimes. Right? Yeah, I know. I notice how much you've been healing. It's crazy. I assume you also have Mushroom Mensa to heal as well. No damn. Nope. Raw potion. Oh, sushi fish scale works too. Can you buy that? How do you get that much sushi fish scale? Ooh. Ooh. Oh, cool. And fire resistance. Wait, this is so fucking good. You've been fishing a lot, and I've been stocking our town for this specific reason. Holy shit. This is so good. God dang. Might be the best charm of the... Yeah, best charm. Walao, can I do something sometimes? Am I that lazy? I feel like I don't think I'm that lazy. I think I did something right. I don't know. The game's bullying me. The game doesn't want to give me any titles. I cannot believe it. Well, those were some good fights. Feels good. So the game actually works 10 times better now. I cannot believe it actually. So the game, right? The game. What happened? Tender Update 4 makes the game unplayable. Literally unplayable. My game crashes constantly on the previous update, and then there's an update about a few days ago. I think that was like 2 days ago, if I remember correctly, right? So after that update, I decided to try it today, and yeah, I don't have any performance mods on because I don't know if it's a good idea to have performance mods on after the performance update, specifically to tackle optimization issues. So I didn't use them. So this is all raw from the game, right? All raw from the game's settings. No frame gen, obviously, right? So everything is at the lowest amount possible. Yes. And the game runs at beautifully running at 30 FPS. No drops. I mean, obviously there are stutters, but I don't know what happened. What is happening with the stutter? Like when GOG is changing faces or decide to roar and then it decide to fucking stutter for no reason. Well, that one maybe it's because my PC is like constantly dying when playing this game, as shown here. Right, this is what's happening when I play Monster Hunter. And then this is what's happening to my PC. So look at that. I mean, it's running at like 50%. That's impressive. Like the game was running at constant 80% back then, previous updates. So this is honestly a huge improvement. Huge improvement. And another huge improvement is that the game doesn't crash anymore. Randomly. No more, right? Honestly, no more crashing randomly, so this is honestly pretty nice, I would say. I think I can play this game again. This whole reason that I don't play this game anymore for the past few months is that the update just constantly crashes the game and I cannot play the game at all. Like, I don't mind playing with this graphical fidelity. I don't mind playing at 30 FPS. It's already a miracle that the game runs on my system, right? This is my PC spec. If it shows, I think it shows somewhere. Oh, there it is. This is the spec of my PC. It is weak. It is weak. I'm not even gonna sugarcoat it. I'm not gonna be like, it's okay. No, it's weak, right? But yeah, since I acknowledge this, and the game being able to run on the system is already a miracle on its own. So I'm not even gonna complain too much, right? No. Now that I can play this game, I will probably play this game more. Not on stream though. Yeah, 1070 is pretty decent, but for me doing streaming every as like part of my career, I would say. But I don't know. I don't think this is. I think at this point it's kind of my hobby career, right? Maybe. Doing this with this system, it's decent, but sometimes it is kind of lacking sometimes, especially when it comes to streaming. And then I have to open up, when I open up all my 3D softwares and everything like VC Face, VTube Plus, Firebot, and then all the other stuff they have to open. Luckfish doesn't eat anything. Discord eats a little bit. Obviously eats a lot, right? Just opening up softwares without playing games is already like 60-70% CPU. If I use 3D software, that is. So it's sometimes it's lacking, but I'll make it work, right? Like when I play something as intensive like Are We There Yet or this one, or like, I mean, Halo is also very intensive, and then I'll just become flat. I'll become 2D, and then I can do the things I want to do, right? Just gonna. It's fine. It's good enough, I would say. It's good enough. So yeah, amazing update, I would say. Amazing update. Thank you, Capcom. I know I shit talk Capcom a lot because, you know, dumb with their updates and shit, but this time they nailed it. Well, it's still a long way to go, obviously, but this is already wow, you know. Like the fact that the fact that my PC can run this game, even though it's just the main menu, but the main menu can run at 60 FPS. Like, yeah. I know it's just a main menu, but seeing that already is like black magic, right? So I'm thoroughly impressed. I am thoroughly impressed. Very impressed. Very, very impressed. Before I close the game though, let's go do a tiniest bit of boarding. We're not even gonna practice, just go. Stash at Barony on Kobo's list. No, don't look at Steam though. This is oh. Did you buy the game? Oh no. Oh no. Uh-oh. I don't think that is so good actually. Wow. Yeah. Excuse-moi, why would you explode there? Hiya, the first roll was so good, the second roll explodes in the air. No, that doesn't count. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
手並み拝見だね。
Hi, Tekken. Alright. Here we fucking go. Whee! Don't explode. Oh, 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 oh. I mean, it's not as good. Kobo Dark Social Armor version? I think I'm wearing the Social version, yeah. The eyes only glow when they're angry now. When I have Agitator activated. Eh, it's not bad, I think. 2 pitfall traps. Oh, oh, you can get like. It's glow as long as you take a weapon? Really? I mean, it's not glowing now, obviously. Okay, let me go... Windward Plains... Base camp? It's getting super dark, but I'm so lazy to open the lights. I'll open it after. I didn't read any red text. Oh, it does glow. Nice. Well, the glow is not obvious. Obviously, for obvious reasons. The Spirit Blade 1... Sight 2 is so much better. Oh my god, chicken! The dismount attack does nothing, right? Dismount takes a 4. Huh? The dismount is iframes right as you get out of it. Counter frame right as you hop off. And if you hit the monster with the swing, you also gain sword level. What the fuck? So good? I didn't even know. I played longsword for so long. Well, not very long, but still. Hard. Wound? Smash mode? Automatic. Target and track player. Ooh. The kitty. Oh. It's a new move. Let's get stuff by multi-hit. That's fair. That was really quick. I'm bullying the kitty. Such a DLC for Barry now for Kobo. No, it's fine, it's fine. Ah, I don't know when I can play Barony for now. Oh no. Oh no. I always thought the glow only happens when the monster gets like mega angry, but I'm glad I'm wrong. Alright, let's get back to Grand Hub and I'll call it a day. We finished Monster Mystery today. Feels nice. Story's good. Can't wait for more. Alright. Heck yeah. Love Monster Mystery. I wonder if I can actually use the performance mods. I feel like it's probably gonna bork the game if I use it. I don't know. I'll give it a try off stream. For now, let's call it a day. Kobo hungry. Kobo want food. I want food. Hungry. Hungry. Oh. Cloud error. Right, let's open up some music. I don't like when that's like no sound. I'm scared. Day. I received a gift. Wow. Oh no. Oh no. For metal? Wow. New version 5 update now live. Oh wow. Do I get it? I will. I feel like accepting gift, I feel bad too because I don't know when I'll be playing Barony. Oh wait, before anything though, let me check the trailer and see if I think what it is. Barony.
Good girl.
Oh. Oh, no wonder I wishlisted it. Look at this game. Oh my god. It's roguelite too? Of course. Holy shit, no wonder I wishlist this game. Oh my god. Thank you, Evie. Yuck. Yuck. So you can craft a bunch of stuff, you can cook a bunch of stuff. I assume for a roguelike game, this is like this is like you do a dungeon and then you go back to your base, do the thing, and then you go to a dungeon again, and then finish the dungeon, come back out, do the things again. It's not like a survival kind of game, I'm pretty sure. You currently playing a visual look in a party with iconic and unusual RPG classes of unusual? What the fuck is that? Unusual RPG classes face off against a brutal dungeon. Oh, that's your weapon. I thought that bug is swinging that flail. There's a resource worth of wits and friendship on your quest to lift the evil leech's curse. Huh. Base only hero? Oh! Ooh! How much is the DLC? This one, right? Hmm. 18.4毛8. I mean, I could use my Counter-Strike money to buy it if I want to. Which I want to. I mean, I already got the base game, why not just... I'll buy the DLC. I can use my Counter-Strike money to buy it. Heck yeah. Alright, well, thanks for the base game metal. I will accept the gift. Thank you. How big's the game? Only 1 gigabyte? Well, if I buy the DLC, I'm probably just gonna play one race only. Never change. Exclude my preferences. I'll play with a monster skin. It's not that one, right? It's small like us. Love it. Okay, let me just do this real quick then. View my card. I mean, I'm already getting a few like cases that I can sell in Counter-Strike. Should be fine. Okay. Done. I did it. Well, I'll see when I can play it then. Was I expecting to fight Gog that many times, honestly? Well, maybe because I want to look at Gog and I want to get squished by Gog, but you don't know that. You don't know that. Looking at Big Dragon. Nice. I like Big Dragon. Sonia Tiger says hi. Hi Tiger. Welcome. I'm ending stream though. Heck. Hope Tiger is doing good. Oh, Zeus is streaming. Zeus playing Dota? Doing well, had a very good evening. Nice, good to know. Heck yeah. I'll rate Zeus. I wanna rate Zeus. Okay, I already found my right target. Let me just plug my things real quick then. I'm so hungry. Here's the coffee. Do you read that as coffee or coffee? Like this thing? I mean, I think it's coffee. I don't know. Coffee good. Coffee helps. If you fancy helping with me and helping me stream a little bit more, there's a monthly subscription for coffee. So. I was going to bring it up here, but I don't even... Oh, it's okay. I also have a Discord channel. Boom. Discord channel. Good. I announce my stream stuff over there. And yeah. There's also Dragon Sipping Corner on my Discord channel. You know, sometimes I spam dragon pictures. I spam dragon pictures. Hell yeah. I think that's pretty much it. I don't think there's anything else that I want to plug for now. And then let me just get the rate message real quick. Thank you, Frankie. Wait. Wait. There. I got the right message. I should drink. Yeah, I don't think I drink as much water this stream. Oh, that's kind of bad. Night, night, Reggie. I would say that was probably the cleanest bunch of GOG I've ever fought, so you know. I mean, we have Narix over, so hell yeah. Narix is like OP. OP character. And then I'm just I don't know what I'm doing, honestly. I'm honestly just fucking around with the GOG fight. But I'm glad I didn't die too much, or I think I died once. Yeah, I think I died once. It happens, I guess. Yeah, that's the right message. Let me type in the right to Zeus real quick. Zeus is playing Dota. Dota 2. There, okay. I typed in the raid. I'm ready to raid. I'm also ready to get some dinner as well. Big fish. That looks tasty though. I kinda want to eat it. Anyway, tomorrow I'll fix the Halo situation tonight, see if I can do it, right? I'll try to follow the guide I found on Reddit a little bit with the credentials and stuff. So that's what I'm gonna try to do tonight. So hopefully tomorrow we can continue with the Halo, and yeah, we can do some shooty bang bang. So before the raid though, Kobo wants to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. And also know that you guys are all heckin' loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. And Kobo loves y'all, right? And here comes the red to Zeus. And yeah. So thanks for the head pet Brad talk. Thank you. I feel hungry that my brain doesn't work anymore. Like, non-existent brain. I feel really hungry. Wow. It's weird too. Why am I feeling this hungry though? Oh, you know, maybe because I didn't have my usual morning 早菜粉干 this morning, so maybe that's why. I don't know. Definitely eat something silly. I will. Heck yeah. Food good. I'll get food. I think, yeah. Hopefully I can fix the Halo situation. It was so frustrating that I cannot even get past the micro slop login. It's... I'll see you guys tomorrow. Take care, everyone. Kobo loves y'all. Bye bye. Take care.